What ends up happening in situations like this? An unannounced sweep. So I just had a conversation with a guy who's standing there with his hands in his pockets. He's dressed in some kind of uniform, and he's in this private parking lot, which is directly across the street from where we just were with this sweep. And he's standing there staring at everybody, and he's not really saying anything. And so I'm always concerned about that level of harassment. I asked him, I said, "Are you helping these folks?" "No, but they're on my lot and I manage this lot." And I said, "Okay, well, I think they're trying their hardest to get off of it, right?" So look how this is set up. I want you to see the chaos this creates. So that's where we just were, across the street. Okay, you've got the light rail right here. It's incredibly dangerous in here for any foot traffic, okay? So the city comes in and says, "Get out or we're throwing your stuff away." What are these people supposed to do? Well, they come right over here across the street where the city, again, has this bullshit orange fencing on all these public right-of-ways, right? There's very little sidewalk. So these people are in a mad dash to move their stuff. They got nowhere to go. They've not been given any notice, any proper legal notice. This young girl that I was just having the longest conversation with, who seems to be quite young, she said she didn't get any notice. The one gentleman said, the cops drove by yesterday and told them to get out, which they do that daily. They don't know. Setting up, tearing down and setting up is a lot of work. And especially when it's cold. Okay? So that's what's going on here. I ended up having a nice conversation with that guy. And then I went back to that group that's got most of their property on this parking lot. I said, whatever you do in the next few minutes, please just move your stuff to the sidewalk. She's like, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. They're shell shocked. This young little gal, I hope she calls me. She says she's gonna see what happens when I say I'm gonna take a break? It doesn't happen. These young women, women in general, they're not safe out here. You have no idea the bad things are. When you see a cute young little blonde like that, and forgive my boldness, but with no sores on her face, and more than two. But who cares, right? Who really cares? There's a handful of us advocates who care, and we try. Look what we're up against. We're up against Goliath and all his goons. We have a crisis in this country. It's called homelessness. General population is ignoring it. They'll live with ignorance. And that guy's fine with them making that effort to me. So we'll see. to him because he didn't even know. He's like, this just happened? Where are the fences? Don't they like put those papers on the tents and they announce that they're doing that, right? And I said, yes. This was an unannounced sweep and it's in violation of the Lyle settlement. What's that? I said, please go Google that. It's a public record. It's a document. It's a federal settlement agreement that Denver has that says they will give notice. Now, there are some exceptions to that. The health department can come in and declare an area hazard, a health hazard, but they also have to give X amount of hours of notice. And that's not done by the cops. It'd be the health department with the cops, and there would be a posting. There's no postings out here anyway. And everyone I've talked to has said no. So those first people that were fenced in, you did see how they were fenced in. The trash truck ended up leaving before they went in there and took their stuff. It's not the way to handle it. It is not the way to address homelessness. Trash pickup is one thing. Throwing away all of their personal property and survival gear is another thing. Hey Frank Pants, how are you? Irish Rover, thank you for being in here. You can mail me something. You're gonna mail me. Will Goliath get their butt kicked again? Yeah. I don't know. Not at this rate. Not in my lifetime. Hey, up in reality. Nice delivery last night. Denver Metro Audits. Tell them about the video tomorrow. Listen. Thank you. Thank you, DMA. I've got so many things. Here's my pin today. Justice for Timmy Henley. DMA, bless his heart, because he's truly in the line of what he does for activism. Understand.
How you doing?
Come see if anything available.
Sorry?
Yo, Brown, come see if anything available, any jobs, anything. I think it said the one down in I think it was Temperance.
Well, yeah, I can possibly set you up for an interview with them.
And in enlightenment,
What we need to do with you.
the Timmy Henley case in Westminster. It is a shocking, horrible
What's your last four?
story.
0812.
And the family just reached a settlement agreement
Mario?
Yes.
in the execution of their son by two Westminster cops, Louis Engelberg and Chris Hempelman. And I'm excited for the video. He's been working on this. I think this has probably been one of his longer, laborious videos that he's ever done. With detail. He's been asking me a lot of questions and learning about this case, and I know it has affected him too. If you get involved closely and personally in some of these, they're straight up executions. The police are executing American citizens. They're just executing people, period, that aren't violent, that aren't a threat. We have a very serious systemic problem with policing in this country. And if you are ignorant, you are being deliberately ignorant in ignoring it and continuing with your bullshit that there's only a few bad apples out there. There are entire departments that are rotten from the top down. There are entire if, it's a matter of when. It affects you personally, whether it's your friend, family, you, someone you care about, someone that's your friend, someone that you love, that ends up having their life destroyed by out of control policing in a free country. So he's going to release a video tomorrow, I believe. I would guess around noon-ish. And it's going to tell some of the Timmy Henley story. And I'm excited for it. And I'm anxious for it because it's been a few years. But I was heavily involved in learning about how a family went from ground zero trying to figure out why their son had been shot 11 times. And it's horrific. I'm going to try to move, but I do think my phone is buffering because it's hot. At any rate, please tune into that premiere tomorrow. It's going to be a big damn deal. And what I was starting to say before maybe I buffered was that this Timmy Henley story is not the worst one. 10 days prior to that, Westminster executed another kid. And I just learned about the details of that in the court records, which are public record.
Trying to find the last email from them to find out exactly what, because they should mention what their needs were in
And that
it.
family is being stifled in federal court right now. I don't know. They filed a lawsuit. It's not moving. Hopefully that starts moving. And the mom reached out to me last week. And so, I don't know. It's just a lot. I keep saying I'm going to take a break, and it just gets heavier and heavier and heavier. You have to just walk away and tell everybody, sorry, gotta go. But I just won't do it. I just won't do it. Maybe I've got an addiction issue that I need to address. I don't know. When people call you, it's hard to tell them no. So the shootings going on in Colorado, the amount of excessive force, it's not going to end. I don't know what to say about it anymore. The people, it will take a revolution.
Well, looks like right now the Temperance location is on hold, but the Toledo location, which is like real close to it, just literally over the border off of Matzinger Road, they're accepting interviews.
It absolutely is.
How much they paying for that one?
Same.
The racial
That is what we
divide
discussed.
right now, I think, is the only thing stopping it from coming to a head. That's my personal feelings on it right now. The government has been very successful in dividing the masses and creating a faction of society very dependent on it, right? While these factions of society are fighting amongst
15
themselves.
to start, but there's $1.50 an hour
it's amazing
perfect attendance bonus
strategy with
and a shift premium if you're working nights.
Of what is supposed to be free thinking society.
It's like 35 cents, but it's
and that's why
they're 10-hour shifts.
Out here, we don't step down or back and go, yeah, I just can't do it anymore.
They're 10-hour shifts, 4 days a week. They have been running a bit of overtime.
Understanding that if we don't don't keep government in check, the rights we've lost.
Send me
We've
up interview
lost
with
so
that
many.
for the night shift.
It's
Tell the premium to the night shift then.
I'm
Oh, sorry.
That'll be the night shift then that they got the premium.
Yeah, it's
when they want to take the time
E
to
crew,
display why they
which is
want to be more dependent on government.
Wednesday through Saturday, 5 p.m. to
The
3:30 a.m.
Democrats are horrible at it. I'm sorry, they just are.
Nobody trying to set you up.
And that's
All right.
that's the leadership we have right now.
Your phone number's still the same?
Republicans have
313
created that mess,
974.
but this political divide in this two-party system.
All right.
We will have
All right,
the same
let me
thing
shoot them an email.
as
See
long as
if
we
they
have
do it,
the
it'll
two-party
probably
system.
be the interview will be for next
Elections in this country and voter fraud and all
Monday.
of that.
At the Toledo location. I'll give you the
It's just
address and stuff
very
like that if
painful.
they come back with it. All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right, man. We'll see you.
I see.
Meanwhile, where the rubber meets the road is how society treats its most vulnerable and weak. Right here. Right here. Most vulnerable, weak, sick.
All right. Sorry about that.
We can't even get this right. You think we're going to get politics right? Ain't gonna happen.
And with the voodoo doll, that's nice. I like that.
So, at any rate, broke fishing. Hi, haven't seen you in here before. Thanks for popping in. DJ Plastic, well, it'll be fast and furious. Very ugly. When you continue to give up your rights by not exercising them, I will say, and profane and offensive speech, it's currently your right. But as you see, just what's going on in Little Sheridan, offensive speech is worthy of shackling. True story. Great public comment last night at the Sheridan City Council meeting. You guys, you veterans, you activists, you First Amendment auditors that pour your heart and soul into why you do what you do, you put it on paper last night. And you delivered some very strong messages. Me, I just wanted to go up there and put some facts on the record. What I really wanted to do was just cuss everybody out because, I'm sorry, I'm just talking to a brick wall. I'm just done. But everybody else did a fantastic job last night, and I thank you. And the things that got put on the record,
Did you?
were spot on.
Yeah, by the time I got up, you were already off.
Ignorance about the stupidity, about
We've been getting nothing but rain around here.
own deserted island. It just,
Front yard and backyard are
those
pretty much
comments
flooded.
Resonated hard, and I don't remember who it was. I apologize. Was it you, F in reality? Asked Sally. Sally is the city council member that does all the praying. She had a really long
Set this
prayer
guy up for an
last night
interview.
at the beginning of the city council meeting. How would you like to go to jail, Sally, for saying that prayer? Because it was offensive. It definitely had a lot of offensive overtones in it, and we didn't like it. I didn't like it. Sally is advocating for violence through prayer. That's what I get out of it. But I have to tolerate that. I have to tolerate that. Because even though they shouldn't be, those city councils, by way of their city charters, can run their meetings how they see fit. There really isn't this thing of separation of church and state. There really isn't, people. There just isn't. It's not that way. So, for Sally to, say these offensive prayers, how'd you like to go to jail for that, Sally? Hey, did I give you hand warmers? Did I talk to you earlier? Did I give you? You didn't get any, did you? Do you have some warm pants? Snow pants, but you know what? No, fit you?
So it's hard to get there, and my girlfriend, because I've got my girlfriend I have to worry about too, and like so it's like those kinds of things I kind of like put off to the side because I gotta get out there and make money for us and all that stuff. So it's kind of like that's been put to the back burner. So
Now today you gotta figure out how to set that up.
yeah, so today's kind of shot. Like there was a couple weeks or a month ago, when we were up here last time, there was someone from the city, like they were gonna do my deal for me, like they were gonna do some like assessment thing. Yeah, and they were gonna do that, but then because I walked through a fence that they had closed off, they refused to let me back in here.
Announced sweep like today?
No, they had announced that they had posted that sweep,
Okay.
but they just wouldn't let me come back and talk to that.
See, this is the bullshit that we're trying to unravel, and it just it's wrong.
I mean, for how much it costs the city, you think that they would, want to find a better way, right? Because we don't pay enough in taxes and whatnot, so we're not contribute enough for them to care. So that's the shitty thing. So thankfully, I think
there are people out here that care, and there are some advocates out here that care about you guys. And this was all documented today, and it's a violation of the law. So
absolutely, I will.
All right.
So much.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, you're welcome. Nice to meet you. Take care. Yeah, you bet. I had talked to that kid earlier and noticed that he didn't have snow pants, but I didn't have any pants for him, but I did give him another jacket. I do. I do care about these people. And I know that I care about very bad people that are out here too. But the point of it is, if you can begin to care, you can unravel these situations. But if you don't care and you've got this mindset that they're all a bunch of horrible lost people that are worthy of death, people suck. The things that are going on out here, what people are doing to the homeless. There's an article the other day, Clean and Safe Denver. This is a group. Here, you want to talk about some more hate stuff? Sally and her prayers going to jail for that. This group, listen to what this group wants to do. Safe and Clean Denver. Anybody wants to Google this, you can go read the article. It was done by Westword. That's a publication here. Westword. One word. Google Westword, Clean and Safe Denver. The article starts out all cute and sweet about, this grassroots group that's just, sure, there's a better way to address homelessness. No, what these people do is go out and harass the shit out of the homeless. And then they claim that they've had, these scary, horrible interactions with homeless people, accosting them. We dealt with a couple of these people that were latching onto this group. We dealt with them down south, but they're pretty prevalent in downtown Denver. And they're going to grow and they're going to get money because their mission is to go organize private meetings in all these great big apartment buildings with businesses and all this. And they want to talk about ways to address homelessness. And in one of their meetings, it was suggested by one of their founders that they use involuntary holds on people that just look like drug addicts and have mental health problems. You need to start forcing all of those people off the street, and they can go somewhere where we determine what their diagnosis is. These people, want to use force to put people in involuntary holds for mental health and addiction in America. We had quite the discussion about that in our activist group. And I said, well, watch Regan be the first one to go back to jail when Clean and Safe Denver shows up and starts advocating that the police use force to put people on involuntary holds. Are you fucking kidding me? Are we really? We're really gonna let that? We're really gonna let that go on? Yeah. No, we're not. Okay, activists, smart people, we're not gonna let that happen. And these people are gaining traction. So beware. They're called Clean and Safe Denver. That's their idea of being clean and safe. While they go into their homes, abuse their children, their wives, drink, snort coke, shoot bad meth, snort some blues, whatever they do. But because they do it in their home, let's focus on the homeless people. Right? Let's focus on the homeless. Coffee spill. Okay, so that's been the bulk of my morning. I have to go get my slabby girl now. And I wasn't going to even do a live stream today, but it's been quite the eventful morning. Escrow official, let's hit the reviews. Thank you. Whatever reviews you want to hit on anything we talked about today, thank you. It's much appreciated. And yeah, Securitas. What a trip. Made for a great video, though. Wait till you see this dumb, fat fool stuffing his face with a fucking sandwich, kicking my lipstick across the floor. What do you even say? I'm tired of, oh, but you know what? Please don't do that. I don't think that's very nice. I don't think you're very professional. I'd like to file a complaint on you that will go nowhere. And no one will give a shit, and all of my time will be wasted. So how about we just get this over right now? And I call you every fucking name in the book that you deserve to be called. How's that?
May I know that? Like this morning, today,
Well,
from today,
Catherine, I just received this note today.
and before this, like, did you receive any kind of email or something like that before?
Yes.
Like somebody is trying to do something else. Did you try to contact us before this then?
No, it was Norton.
Norton.
Yes, Catherine.
Oh, okay. All right. Like these things are going on. All right. You do have a computer. You told me that, ma'am, right? May I know your
Yes.
first and last name, if
It's
you don't mind?
It's Grace Tartan.
Grace, right? Your first name is Grace,
Yes,
right?
Grace.
Okay. So you do one thing, Grace. I want you to just take your time first and be in front of the computer. And can you tell me one thing?
All
Like,
right,
what is the
we're
make
all
model
cut
of
up
your
now.
computer? Is it a Windows or is it an Apple?
Do you have your ID and stuff with you?
Yeah, I do understand it's a desktop, but I need to know like what is the make model of your computer? Like what's the company?
Oh, Hewlett Packard.
All right. You do one thing, just take your time and be in front of the computer. Once your computer is on, I think like it's on, right? You are be in front of that, right?
No, it's not on. I need to go turn
The
it on.
card,
Yes.
the picture of the card itself.
Okay, take your time. I can hold the line for you.
You have
Once
the
it is
card
on,
though
just to
somewhere?
let me know, Grace, okay?
Can you send
Thank
me a
you,
picture of it?
Catherine.
All right.
Or do
I
I?
mean, when you get home or what?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need
Yeah,
it for
my
the
friends
iPad.
calls me like cat or something
Either
like that.
that or birth
Like they call
certificate,
me
either
by
one's
so
fine.
much name. Like I have a nickname as well, so much name I do
I
have.
can just send
My
it
parents
to
are
you.
I'll
calling
give
me
you my
by the
card,
other name.
my email, and you can
I love that.
text if you want. You can just
It's
text
not
it to the office
sunny,
number
is it?
too.
No, it's not Sunny.
Okay.
Who is Sunny? Shiny means Sunny or Sunny? I don't know that.
You're gonna have to speak a little bit slower, Sonny. Can I call you Sonny or no?
Yeah, definitely. You can call me Sunny. There is no problem about it. Uh,
No, there's
do
just
you
this
understand that?
television
Like,
show. There's a television show that I watched, and there was a kid that he just had a really young sounding voice, and he was always on the phone with people, and he would sit on the top of the roof and smoke cigarettes with
So
people.
you've never applied with us before?
No.
Um,
It's fine.
smokes cigarettes and beers, drink beers. Like his name is Sunny,
yeah, and he'd always pretend to be a lady.
and he's pretending to be a lady. But I'm a lady. I'm
Well, I know. I'm
definitely a
just
lady.
saying.
I do.
I know. I was just telling you the story because you asked.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. You do one thing, like take the time, how much time you need to stay here and be in front of the computer. Once it is on, just let me know. Okay.
No, it's turned on now.
All right. Once it is properly on, just to let me know, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, it's on. It says. You want me to tell you what I see on my desktop?
Yes. What do you see right now on the screen? Can you tell me that, ma'am?
Yeah, I see. There's two Google Chromes. There's Recycle Bin, the 5 second rule, inDOCtriNATION, exe, text document,
Any
um, living in the light. The
any
kind of
desk,
yeah,
just any desk,
yeah. Why?
where you have got this,
I'm sorry.
like from where you have got this any desk.
Oh, from the gentleman that was helping me on my computer. It was a couple months ago. I just haven't taken it off. I don't know how to remove it.
Okay. Like from where you have got this call, ma'am. Like if anybody tells you, if anybody is telling you, you need to download any desk or something like that in your computer, that is totally wrong. Like, for what reason you have got downloaded it?
Okay, so I should remove it.
You have to remove that.
Okay. How do you
And did
remove
you
it?
lose it, money? Hmm?
How do you
I'll
remove it,
guide you,
Catherine?
but I'll guide you, ma'am. But before that, I need to ask you something like how or what reason like you have got this any desk, and if you got this any desk before this thing, like did you lose any money or something like that? Like have you ever lost any money?
Have I lost money? No. I mean, no. I, I, I had to send Microsoft some cash for a payment,
Okay,
but
I
that
want you
was
to do one
I
thing.
had to send him inside of it was a parcel, but that was to fix my computer. That wasn't. What I need to
But
verify
if
myself.
you don't need to verify yourself, you have verified yourself already because I know you, and I need to know one thing right now. Like as you have got this any desk. Like, do you have any other application like TeamViewer or something like that?
No, I don't see that anywhere. No.
Okay, all right. You do one thing. Open up your AnyDesk. Open up the AnyDesk, which you can see on the screen.
Okay.
Right.
On the
Here's the card I was talking about. Got the website that we're going to be working with on the back of
I
it.
believe you will get
Used
to
to be
see
printed,
some
but
numbers
this
over
last
here.
batch they print them on the back.
Yeah, how did you know?
Opening up the webpage for you over
Because
there on
that's
that
your ID,
computer.
like the ID which you can see on your computer screen. That ID has rated by those cyber criminals. So what's that ID? I need to know that ID, and I need to get yourself.
That opens up. Now the internet's nice and fast, but that computer's ancient, so it's gonna respond slowly when we do things at first.
Are you
And
smoking?
I want you to look. Am I smoking?
Yeah, it sounds like you're smoking, Catherine.
No, I'm a lady. Like I do not smoke.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am, you do one thing. I got something here, and I have your number. I'm gonna give you a call back, okay? And I need to know something. Like, what's your real name? Can you tell me what's your real name?
I'm sorry.
What's your real name?
My real name is Grace Ian Tarkman.
Sorry, sir.
And why did you ask me like I'm smoking?
Yeah, we do have
That
our
I'm
main
smoking?
corporate offices there, and we have
Why
offices
did you think
in a
like
lot of
I'm
places. Though
smoking a cigarette,
Finley,
I'm smoking a joint or something like that?
like I said,
If you
Dearborn,
work if you work
several down in
if you work
Florida,
in an office, do you smoke a
Cleveland.
cigarette at that point of time?
So you are smoking then?
We're more of a family business than your big
How do you
corporate
know?
like
I need to know
Advance
that.
and stuff
How
like
do
that.
you know?
So
If you
that's
can
how
take like
we get a good
literally this
relationship
thing I'm
with our
smoking.
clients. So
I'm not gonna quarrel with you. I'm just asking like how
Well,
do
how
okay,
about
you know
this?
like I'm smoking or
click
I
on where
know
it
that you're
says
smoking
mobile
and it's not a
application.
cigarette. How about that?
and what I'm smoking?
You're
What I am
smoking a
smoking?
joint.
I'm smoking a joint, and how do I make a joint? Can you tell me that?
You
You're
go.
probably smoking the low end charas, if I'm guessing.
What?
Am I right?
Charas? I'm smoking a charas.
Am I right?
You are Pierogi, right? The Scammers Payback. I know your voice, man. I know your voice. I know you very well. I have seen lots of your videos on the YouTube. I know you, man.
Okay. What about it?
You are Pierogi. I know you. I don't know what about it. Like, why you were calling this number? I don't know that. Why did you calling this number, and for what reason you are talking to me right now? But I'm feeling like I'm pretty much good because I'm talking to you. It's
Oh,
fine.
you're feeling good?
Yeah, something like that. What do you want to ask me? You are Pierogi, right?
I am.
Are you? Yeah, you are. Man, I know you, man. I have seen lots of your videos. You are doing a great work.
Are you
That's fine.
smoking charas?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I do not smoke charas or something like that. I never.
You know what Sunny was, right? That was because you were pretending to be like
I'm not Sunny.
Yes, you're
I'm
trying to
not
be like
Sunny.
Sunny from Jantara.
Sorry, what?
You were trying to be like Sunny
All
from
right.
Jantara because he pretends to be a
Should be able to fill that out.
Sunny from Jantara. Have you
Yeah.
seen Sunny? Like,
Yeah,
have
when
you seen
Sunny
Jantara?
when Sunny does the OTP calls, he's like, "Hi, this is from the bank, ICICI Bank." Yeah, that's what you were doing.
Man, I'm having a real voice. Like, this is my real voice. I don't use any kind of voice changer or something like that. Like as you use.
Yeah. Well, you were pretending to be Sunny from Jantara.
What do you want from me, man? Like I don't want anything from you. So can I hang up this line or can I do that? Because I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Why don't you want to talk to me? Who is your friend in the background speaking Bengali?
There is no one. I'm sitting alone and I'm doing all the
I
things
heard
alone.
someone
There
in
is
the
no one.
background speaking Bengali. Is that like an uncle or something? You work
No,
from home?
there is no one, man. If I have someone, I will tell you that because I'm speaking all the truth in front of you. Like, I have no fear. I do not have
Such
anything.
ball.
I
Such
can
ball.
tell you.
Such ball.
What do you want to hear? What do you want to hear?
The truth.
I'm
Such
speaking
ball.
you in English. Can you speak in English?
I'm making a point when I say such ball. I'm making a point to you. Speak the truth.
I'm speaking such. I'm speaking truth, my buddy.
Okay. So what, do you open and you get connection and then pass to the next person or what?
Okay, you do one thing. You do one thing. Just have a great day and bye-bye.
So you're not going to talk to me. Tum jute ho! Freaking liar. He's so defeated. He's so afraid.
Oh, you do have you are in there. So we'll click continue.
Guys, I'm really sorry.
Let me reset it for
I was
you
gonna have
so
to
you can
do
log
this
in.
anyway, but he actually
One
is
second.
sick and he's in a lot of pain right now. He has really bad stomach
Oh, okay.
pains.
No, we'll have part of it done then.
The school is actually calling me, so I have to go. I have to go get him. I will make it up to you guys.
We are. Yeah.
I'll figure it out and I'll make it up to you guys. I'm sorry. But I've got to go take care of family. So, thank you all for being here. I hate to dip out on all the super chats and everything like that. I really hate to freaking dip out. I'm on the run right now because I gotta be on the run. Guys, thank you for everything. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go get my son. I hope he's okay. He's not doing very well. So I love.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jeremy here from Reportering. It's been an interesting week in terms of the future of Marvel, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and people, including myself, trying to make sense of what was the single worst second week drop in Marvel history, happening to Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Now, a lot of people might be looking at that saying, Marvel's dead for sure. Probably not. You know, until a tent pole really tanks, I definitely can't say that it's dead. However, this is a very, very bad sign. It is a sign that Marvel can't just throw whatever against the wall and see what sticks anymore. And they enjoyed that for a lot of years. It felt like there was absolutely nothing they could do that wouldn't make $1 billion. And by the way, I'll be live streaming about this later tonight, so I hope you'll stop by around 5 Central, 5:30 Central. Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania, made $32 million its second weekend. At domestic box office, that is a nearly 70%, 69% giggity drop from its debut. This marks the biggest week-to-week drop in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, if you look at some of these things, though, right, No Way Home dropped 68%, Multiverse of Madness dropped 67%. It's not that big a deal. Except it can be when you look at the overall trend for Marvel. See, Ant-Man is facing the worst second week box office drop in MCU history, but it's Ant-Man, and it's the third Ant-Man movie. And I know everyone loves Paul Rudd, but were you that excited to see Ant-Man, or was it more like, I'll see it when it comes out to streaming? I think that's happening to more and more people. As Marvel
So
movies
the
have become
login
so
name is
obviously formulaic.
Moro J200.
There's nothing to be excited for anymore.
Then
Today in getting improbably
it doesn't matter what the username.
teensy news.
The password is going to be what's on the paper here.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Yeah,
is on
with a
track for the
capital
single
T,
biggest
and then 1, 2, 3, then
box office drop
exclamation
in
point at the
MCU
end.
history. This is per
Okay,
Variety.
it'll have you change it. But,
Which reports that Paul Rudd
so you'll just
and
click
Kate Reed's
on
third
employee
adventure
login.
centered
Go from there.
on the Pym and Lang families is on track to make roughly $30 million this weekend, dropping 72% from its $106 million opening week. That'll likely still be enough to win the weekend. Sorry, Bear, you tried, but it's still a massive pump for a film universe that usually magnifies significantly more staying power than this. Quantumania comes to this at the point of already getting some pretty rough treatments at the hands of critics. Although the
Capital T, though.
scores
Well,
are really
yeah,
strong,
you need a
it's
capital
only
T.
the second MCU movie ever to log a rotten score from critics. Who cares? Probably wasn't there. We all know why they rated it negatively. It's because a bunch of them are mad that Evangeline Lilly didn't like poke mandates. The real question then is what weekend 3 of the movie's lifespan will look like. Whether it will settle into a steady rhythm for the next few weeks or continue to fade down the mysterious alternate universe that shrieking scientists refer to as the Itsy Bitsy Town, as is Ree and Rudd can at least content themselves with the knowledge that they've already surpassed the MCU's lowest performer, 2008 Incredible Hulk, which brought just a meager 134 million. Well, I mean, I don't think critics have a lot of saying power in the MCU. I just don't. But this is not a great look. But if we look at box office numbers, right? Wakanda Forever, certainly down from the original Wakanda. So Wakanda Forever, $858 million worldwide. Huge number, right? Definitely made a couple $100 million based on the budget, probably by now. But when you look at the original, $1.344 billion. So it made $500 million less than the original. That's a pretty steep drop. That's a very big drop. 40% and 35% or so. If we look at, the question of, is there any kind of future for Marvel? What's going on with Marvel? Well, I mean, the Multiverse of Madness, which in my opinion was, again, a classic mediocre Marvel movie. I did see that in the theater. There was some weird stuff going on, like with the notes I didn't like. Some people liked it. I didn't think it really worked. But I don't know if you could specifically say that Marvel is dead after another stinker, because you had the Eternals stunk.
Okay, now once you log back in using the password, you changed it to.
Then you had the third Ant-Man and the Wasp, which was never a massive franchise anyway. Looks like it's going to probably lose money. But so did the Eternals. Shang-Chi barely just got over the profit margin, if I remember right. So I think what this is it's representative of a really big drop in the good faith that Marvel had, where we would just go no matter what, and we'd see the movie. I mean, Thor: Love and Thunder, Thor, a Chris Hemsworth movie, didn't make the $1 billion mark. It got 761 million, which is like, okay, that's not nothing. But when you're talking about a movie,
so now click on where it says eDocuments.
Soundly panned, as another meh movie, with a $600-700 million break.
Okay, then we're going to
point.
click on the green button here, Start Wizard.
That's indicative of
maximize
how
that window
Marvel's been
for you
treating
just so
its
you go
fandom.
through. Okay, so mostly rules and stuff like that, and some of the tax forms
Marvel
and stuff
isn't
you'll have to go
dead,
through. Just
but they've
go
just,
through these. On these forms, it's just a
we can
box
see
on the
now
top and
that
bottom to click.
they've
And then you
destroyed
click
the good
next to go to
faith
the next
that
form.
they built in the first 10 or 11 movies. Will Spider-Man suddenly stop putting butts in seats? That's impossible. It's still going to do great. But outside of that, the future is pretty bleak. Do you want more Black Panther sequels that continue to spiral the drain, head in the wrong direction? Not that $800 million is exactly a failure, but it wasn't a far cry from the $1.4 billion the first movie made. Nobody wants to see any more Ant-Man movies. That's pretty clear. Guardians of the Galaxy's played out. Each Guardians of the Galaxy, in my opinion, has gotten worse. If you want to know the order of, the best order for Guardians of the Galaxy's movies, it's literally just go down the line when they were released. First one was great. They've been downhill since. Still like them. I didn't watch the Christmas special. I don't know if that was any good. Maybe you guys let me know in the comment section down below. But this is the effect of burning the good faith with, putting out crap movies or mediocre movies, and not really having a backup plan for losing Robert Downey Jr. and, many other stars. Chris Evans will be back for more Captain America. I would suspect the Captain America movie is still going to make $800 million. That's still a lot of money, especially if Marvel can figure out a way to, rein in the cost a little bit. But this particular movie, the original Ant-Man in the box office, it wasn't exactly, a box office masterpiece either. If you look at now, box office mojo isn't always perfect. It can be directional, but if you look at what Ant-Man, the original one, 622 million. So, is it gonna? I don't think it's even gonna surpass that. Ant-Man and the Wasp was 622. The original Ant-Man was 519 million. So the Ant-Man series really isn't that much of a banger anyway. Everyone likes Paul Rudd. Yeah, we get it. But it was 519, then 622, and this one's really going to stink. Like, this box office is going to be pretty bad. This article in Variety says, should Marvel be concerned? A second weekend drops go, anything in the 70% realm is pretty significant. But movies that open with over 100 million are generally front-loaded. In some cases, the bigger they are, the harder they fall comes into play. In other words, its second weekend turn of 32 million is not exactly encouraging this early in the theatrical run. But let's see where ticket sales end up by the time Quantumania leaves the big screen. And we could look at that with, what's the Blue People one? Totally, I nothing those movies. They're not for me. But sure enough, that movie, people just kept going and seeing it. Why can't I think of it? Avatar. People just kept going to see it, and it hit 2 billion. Now, this guy says, I don't think it's a big deal. Jeff Bach, an analyst for exhibitor relationships, it had the biggest opening of the series so far, which makes up for any drops. Plus, there's precedent. It's not unusual for major tentpoles to earn the bulk of the returns in the first weekend of release. Marvel movies have become increasingly front-loaded because audiences want to see them quickly to avoid spoilers. In the $200 million budgeted Quantumania, which is the 31st installment, kicks off the MCU's Phase 5. Slate is no exception. Additionally, theater owners who set prices for tickets have started to charge more for blockbuster movies during opening weekend. That's scammy. That's why you shouldn't feel bad about when you buy your ticket. Just choose child. I'm not telling anyone to do that. But as an adult, are you taking up additional seat? Are you taking up more room than a child? Then why are you paying 15 and a child pays 9? Just saying. Doesn't make sense. In fact, an adult is going to put more money in to concessions more likely. So, I think you have a $200 million budget, which means it has to hit $400 or $500 million to break even, which it will do, but, it's not that awesome. You can look at others feel it's a more heated box office competition and harsh holiday comparisons. That's concern for the latest Ant-Man expands a potentially worrying trend for Marvel. Though Quantumania endured the steepest fall, it's not the only MCU movie to witness a substantial drop in the second week. Lockdown-era entries like Black Widow, Thor: Love and Thunder, Spider-Man: No Way Home, Doctor Strange, Multiverse all suffered similar declines. Yet those movies, with the exception of Black
up
Widow,
here,
which was released,
if there's no middle initial,
Plus,
we
earned
just
at
need to
least
do this. And
760
this just the other
million, and
blanks,
as much as
same thing. The
955
NA
million,
like
that's
that,
Doctor Strange's total.
just like that.
There's an argument that Marvel hasn't been appealing beyond its target audience, but that target audience sure is dependable. No other franchise, dozens of
You gotta
films.
put
in,
the, you gotta,
managed
for
to
some
keep
reason,
close to
it's
that kind of
silly. I know you
consistency.
gotta put the slash between it.
For me, Marvel movies have become I'll watch
you.
it on Disney Plus or I'll stream it.
All right, let's
I don't think
see
there's
what
a
else.
single
That looks good. That
Marvel
looks
movie that I'm
good.
excited for anymore, other than Captain Marvel for content reasons. But we'll
There you
see
go.
now. The Marvels, how that actually does. If people actually go and see it or not, because that will be the true test if Phase 5 is the beginning of the end for Marvel. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please make sure you leave a like on it. We'll talk again real soon.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi.
How you doing, Lester McDonald?
Yeah.
We were supposed to meet yesterday.
Yeah.
I think we talked about like Friday or something.
Yeah.
How's your day going so far?
Much better than yesterday.
Okay. Did your power go out or something?
Huh?
Did your power go out? They said
No,
yeah.
I had a class that they made me go take, stupid CPR AED class. And you go take. I was like, oh, jeez. I used to teach that stuff, and they're gonna make me go take the class.
Right.
Yeah, just check that box there. You got your ID and stuff like that. Which position were we looking at?
I wrote it down. When I left it at home, I wrote it down on your card that I got from what's her name?
Carrie.
From Carrie. I got a card from Carrie and I wrote it down.
Right.
Was it start with S? I think it was that.
Now their location in Temperance is right now they're full, but the Toledo location, which is literally less than a mile from that location, just on the north side of Toledo off Matzinger, they are still taking applicants.
Oh,
a second.
Samaritans. I am curling my hands into a fist to indicate I'm mad about something, because there's a clear and prison dangler to our nation. I'm talking, of course, of malarkey and the people who spread it. The malarkey people. They may have eyes and a face mouth like us. They may even live at your uncle's house, but they are not like us. They refuse to accept free erections. Like a virus that spreads from truck stop shenanigans, malarkey can quickly turn into cod swallow. And in no time, we could be looking at full-blown sassafras. So be vigilant.
Sir, your guests for the fundraiser party are waiting for you.
Malarkey people are among us. They're in our schools. They're behind the shed next to the thing. Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a malarkey guy in our very White House right now. End speech. Yankee Doodle, please. Come on, man, where is that guy? My God, that man on TV just said there's a malarkey guy in my house.
Well, I wouldn't make you come out here if I didn't have something.
There sure is a lot of malarkey out there that is sure to turn into some very serious sassafras. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name's inDOCtriNATION here of WeAreChange.org, and we have an overwhelming amount of craziness to talk about on today's broadcast, not just with all the latest domestic developments, but also internationally, with the larger globalist plan of a 15-minute city that I think we should definitely talk about in the larger context of what it actually is, since there's been a lot of propaganda, bull crap, and, of course, a major cover-up effort deceiving people from the true reality that is already being tested and implemented in places like China. We're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you could get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was done by the extremely talented Kyle Dunningham. He just released another full episode of the full-blown malarkey with the Fresh Prince of DC. I'll give you a small segment of it. If you want to watch the full video, definitely click the link down in our description below. Check out his channel, subscribe to him, and he really does absolutely brilliant work. I wish he did more of it, to be completely honest with you, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. But maybe if we subscribe enough, maybe, just maybe, we'll get more of his brilliant art.
1515, Matt Singer,
mind-blowing with the level of sophistication that, of course, it entails. So yeah, the latest videos, an absolute banger in many different ways, and yeah, there's a lot of malarkey out there, especially when it comes to the military-industrial complex and the rising of tensions, especially with the theater of war currently embattled with Russia and Ukraine going at it, a part of a larger proxy war. This, as the NATO chief just announced today that the alliance have agreed that Ukraine will become a member state of NATO, quote, in the long run, announcing yet another grave escalation into this larger proxy war that currently there is no end in sight. This, as we have to remember that there's a lot of money in war and also the promotion of war, along with its larger PR lies and marketing campaigns, as we have to remember that there's a multi-million, if not $1 billion marketing PR enterprise selling you the ideas of war, which, by the way, the U.S. Department of Defense actually approves and pushes, not just in overt ways on the corporate media, their ever so willing shows on CNN, reading every line of scripts that they are given, but also in our TV series and our movies, especially in Hollywood, with hundreds of top films and TV series being personally approved by the U.S. government. And whether you're watching Iron Man, Top Gun, Terminator, Homeland, NCIS, those scripts were approved by the U.S. government in exchange for a favor to, of course, the Hollywood industry. This, as it's also the same intelligentsia state that also spies and watches on every one of your moves. This is just recently the U.S.
No, it's called Synchron. What they do there is they actually do like tier 1 warranty parts for a bunch of the different automakers. You just pull in orders for the dealerships to order for your jobs, for repairs and stuff like that.
Violate the Fourth Amendment, which they are so good at doing. And today, as we find out about how the U.S. government spies on almost every little thing we're doing, we're also finding out how the U.S. government really is bad at protecting your personal data. This, as we're also finding out about the U.S. Marshal Services being hacked with a major security.
Well, everyone I've sent has
sensitive
done pretty
information
well.
that we
It's,
had, specifically dealing with sensitive information, dealing with the U.S. Marshal Service's operations and service members. Now, again, this is not the first time that a major portion of the U.S. government was hacked and information was leaked. As just a couple days ago, we learned about how sensitive U.S. military emails just were spilled over online. And when it comes to the U.S. government spying and watching every little thing we do, databasing, critiquing, analyzing,
folks are in the
especially
system and don't
personal
realize it,
details of journalists and politicians. Maybe it's not in the best interest of the national security states to watch over every little thing we do. Again, the larger excuse here is that this is being done for safety. It is not. There's been many whistleblowers that, of course, spoke out against this and talked about how the U.S. government was interested in a dragnet that would, of course, involve everyone when they could have targeted specific individuals that were at high risk of committing crimes. They could have targeted their surveillance to actually stop crime, and they don't do that. The programs that they launched before that have been exposed by individuals like Edward Snowden were all about trolling all the information, all the dirt on.
Yeah, the only reason I have you do that is because I'm actually connected to that one. I can help guide you through parts that you can skip and stuff like that. Click on where it says mobile application.
Is vulnerable out there. This is why just even a couple days ago I've been telling my members of BlueGunCensor.com, hey, if it's online, it is everywhere. One very helpful tip for people to understand, especially when they're online themselves. There's basically no secrecy out there, no privacy out there. Anything could be vulnerable, and that's why you should be smart about what you do. And one of the smartest things you could do is sign up on LukeUnfiltered.com, our own members area where we can talk to each other. We have a members area. We're a quasi-secret, not so secret, private, not so private organization of individuals from all over the world
it does
that
the
come
dashes.
together
You don't
and
have
talk
to
about
do
solving our problems. You also get a bunch of cool swag that you only get by being a member, that you get for the full price with virtually zero profit to us, 3 master classes, a major forum, and of course a brand new spanking video available for people later on today. I have a lot of videos planned for, of course, this members area. Lots of things to discuss, especially today with the larger breakthroughs and exposés that, of course, we cannot discuss here on this particular platform. That's why we created our own platform where we get to say and do whatever we want. And if you haven't signed up yet, what are you waiting for? Click the button right here and I will see you there right after this video. As of course, we are not done here talking about our main topic of discussion today, as the latest PR globalist talking point is out right now and being regurgitated by the majority of the corporate media, naming people and attacking them for not wanting to live in 15-minute cities. And
don't check that box. Yeah, if you're on your own device, I would recommend checking that.
Guardian,
Just
in a coordinated marketing PR push with Forbes, Bloomberg, and other media organizations, if you could even call them that, like CNN, joining in on the gaslighting, talking about how 15-minute cities are now international conspiracy theories. They're not. They're actual plans laid out by a lot of powerful people that institute a lot of policy that are literally calling for them and implementing them, as they will be in the United Kingdom very soon, a part of their larger globalist pet projects. Bloomberg wrote an article saying 15-minute cities aren't a threat to civil liberties. Well, everything we read about them, they pretty much look like they are. As of course, 15-minute cities are smart grid urban planning concepts in where everything that a person allegedly needs is within a 15-minute walk or bike ride away from any point in a particular city. This, of course, is a specific approach to make the weather gooder, to reduce the use of cars, of course, and a part of the larger UN 2030 vision of sustainability that supposedly will improve the overall quality of life of city dwellers. And what they forget to mention is that they're called 15-minute cities, and you're going to allegedly have everything around you within 15 minutes. But outside of that, there's either going to be walls, cameras, facial recognition, plate reading surveillance cameras, or borders that will stop you unless you have the right government permission in order to travel beyond these preset, preconditioned borders. There's already a trial program in China implementing these 15-minute cities, as of course China has been one of the few places in the world that has eagerly implemented many globalist policies that of course they willingly challenged and tested out on their general public. And whether it's the one-child policy, whether it's the social credit score, whether it's an all-out technocratic, centralized, communist quasi-state that controls every aspect of human existence there, we have to understand that China has essentially been doing and testing out some of the bigger globalist ideas that a lot of people are afraid to implement. There's a lot of talk right now about making Hong Kong a 15-minute city. This, as this program already is starting to be implemented in mainland China, especially in Shanghai, even in the suburbs, as it's important to note here that communities already have been walled off, and this has already been practiced with the lockdowns that the Chinese government has implemented specifically in mainland China.
Yeah, both
locking
shifts we
down
do have
entire
one opening on
neighborhoods
second as well.
because of
That time is actually till
tests.
2 a.m.
The biggest
They were
lockdowns,
testing the
biggest
8-hour shift. We're
draconian
doing
measures
just
by
like
the
the other one.
state in China were done to, of course, major cities that were not in favor of the current political leadership there. This, as many international rights groups say, that this lockdown policy was specifically punishing people for not going along with the political leadership of Xi Jinping in that country. And what we saw in China during, of course, the last 3 years were absolute horrors. And some people say a larger practice drill to this larger concept of internal prisons, which they're calling 15-minute cities, because during the lockdowns, walls were established. People were not able to leave their buildings. People were not able to leave their neighborhoods. People were not able to travel. And if you remember from the very beginning, specifically even in Wuhan, the Chinese government implemented a program where the people there could fly internationally. They could fly to Italy. They could fly to Europe. They could fly to Africa. They could fly to Latin America. They could fly to the Middle East. But they could not fly domestically within China. That's what happened in the early days. And then slowly and surely, the Chinese state and the Chinese government started to implement programs where entire cities were locked down, then entire neighborhoods were locked down.
All right, so that's where you keep
Walls were set up, and white thugs in stormtrooper outfits were literally walking around beating people with sticks, telling them to, quote, socially distance, while, of course, pummeling people's pets and ending their lives in front of their owners, all because of a misconceived notion that somehow pets were spreading this sickness as well. Now, as the globalist and central controllers get your 15-minute cities ready for you, along probably with your pods and bugs and all the online free adult content you can consume, we have to understand that a lot of the people, a lot of the central controllers calling for this, well, they're usually living in $51 million mansions, just like Jennifer Gates is right now, as there's a large plot out there now to block out the sun from the general public, and of course also implement the brain chip inside of your head that would absolutely make you dependent on the whims of a few sociopathic individuals that truly have gotten way too much power to themselves and are too hubris, as they're literally telling you that they want to keep you locked down, a plan that they had way before the sickness, by the way, many years ago. In order to make the weather gooder, they proposed locking people down, preventing people from traveling. This is another example of what they're trying to do.
Just the latest one is fine.
You're, of course, PR and marketing
Buster,
firms that
okay.
are trying to sell you the larger idea of asking for permission to even walk around and travel away from the city that you're forced to live in. This is an insane idea that they want you to think you're insane for even questioning, and you're not. And if you agree with me, share this video with your friends and family members. It is more imperative than ever. We're going to talk about more, especially about blocking out the sun in future videos, so that's why you should subscribe and click the notification button. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys doing that, and this is why. Love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org. One more video coming your way right now on LukeUncensored.com. See you there.
Hello, everyone. It's Jeremy here from the quartering. I hope you're having an absolutely wonderful day. And it looks like some things may be happening here. You know, I've long lamented TikTok in general. I think that is an absolute net negative. I also think the way that its terms of service are set up makes it impossible to refute extraordinarily leftist political positions. Anybody on the right who goes on that platform and debates a lot of these lunatics who are, in my opinion, trying to indoctrinate children gets immediately banned. I was on there for about a month getting hundreds of thousands of views on videos dunking on these leftist lunatics, and I was banned immediately. Like, every single video got flagged, and it was a constant struggle to even stay on the platform and get banned. We talked to anybody else. I mean, Alvin Preach got banned. A lot of these, you know, anybody who goes and like kind of speaks out against one certain political ideology, one that I believe is destructive, gets banned from the platform. And I also believe that the platform is essentially Chinese spyware. Well, looks like we actually have some interesting things. Federal government has now banned TikTok, and all employees have 30 days to get it removed off their devices. Now, this is just the start. I think in my opinion, the entire app should be banned. I don't know. That's probably one of my more extreme takes, but I hate TikTok. I think it's a degenerate app that is slowly destroying our youth. And I think it is, which that alone, I don't think is reason to ban it, but I think it's deliberate. I think that it's deliberate through their moderation processes, through the content that they promote, through their algorithms, plus the fact that they collect all your data and send it back to China, and they have been busted numerous times doing that. By the way, big sale today on Coffee Brand Coffee's Roaster's Choice program. I'm going to link it in the description. We opened up 50 spots. This is, we're opening very limited spots. Each month will feature a different plantation and their proudest coffee roasted by our master roaster. This is Roaster's Choice is for people who hate drinking old stale grocery store coffee. If you want to experience an exciting coffee every month, it's guaranteed high quality from different coffee places all over the world. This is for you. And the reviews are ridiculous. We have a 4.9 reviews aggregate score. And I'll leave a link to join Roaster's Choice in the comments down below. If you're a coffee head, you want to have a little something special available, this is for you. China hits out at U.S. for abusing state power to suppress foreign companies after White House bans Chinese-owned TikTok from all federal devices, giving workers just 30 days to dump it. China has accused the United States of overstretching the concept of national security after the White House ordered government agencies to remove the Chinese-owned app, TikTok, from all federal devices. Well, that's just the beginning, right? There's a lot of other ones out there, but that's just one. U.S. federal agencies were told yesterday they have 30 days to delete the video sharing app from TikTok from all government-issued devices, setting a deadline to comply with the ban ordered by Congress. Office of Management and Budget Director Shalanda Young, in a memorandum, called the government agencies to remove and disallow installations of the application on agency-owned and operated IT devices within 30 days, and to prohibit internet traffic from such devices to the app. The EU, Canada, and Norway have made similar decisions regarding official devices in recent weeks. There are national security concerns over alleged Chinese spying. I mean, I could look out the window and see a giant balloon floating by it. That's not exactly alleged, is it? And
yeah, whatever you prefer.
Months, of course,
now, that position is actually for an evening. It's their 10-hour evenings.
Data needed, of course.
Yes.
There are increased concerns that the popular app can be circumvented for.
It doesn't matter. This is for anything that you might be looking for. This doesn't have to be
Beijing hit out
specific
at the
for
White
the
House
position that you're.
over the order and the app for the app to be removed from the federal devices, accusing the U.S.
The B crew, it goes from 5 p.m. to 3:30 a.m.
Well, if they don't like that, they're really not going to like what I think they should do. You know, I think it should be
Yeah,
gone.
yeah, and it's
out, no
they do pay the $1.50
from
an
all app
hour
stores.
attendance bonus as well, and
Period.
evening, differential.
We firmly oppose those wrong actions, said Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning.
There was two. There's the C crew, which is kind of a swing.
She added that the U.S. government
Monday
should
and
respect
Tuesday is
the
5 p.m. to
principles of
3:30,
the
but then Friday and
market
Saturday
economy
is
and fair
5:30
competition,
a to 4
stop
p.
suppressing the
So,
companies and provide an open,
I think
fair,
they're hiring for both at the
environment
Toledo
for foreign
locations.
companies in the U.S. Are you kidding me? Have you
And
ever
right
tried
now,
to do business in
they're
China?
hiring mainly for operators, but if you do have
If
forklift
you look at
experience,
the
let
way
them
that
know during the
China
interview.
deals with any kind
When
of
they need
foreign
forklift drivers, they need them all at
you would know
once.
that this is absolutely rich coming from the government that
And that pays a
welded
bit
its own
more,
citizens
too.
in their apartments. How unsure of itself can the world's top superpower like the United States be to fear young people's favorite app like that? This is like totally the take it, it's so small, why are you so afraid because you're so small? You Americans have huge bean. That's like this is literally what they're doing. Chinese ownership of the popular app has raised fears that Beijing could use it to collect data on Western users. We already know they've done this, or push pro-China narratives and misinformation. TikTok is owned by ByteDance, a Chinese company that moved its headquarters to Singapore in 2020. A recently introduced bill in Congress could also effectively ban TikTok throughout the entire United States, according to American Civil Liberties Union. Congress must not censor entire platforms and strip
Just
Americans
click
of their
it. Next
constitutional
on
right
it.
to
You
freedom
don't,
of
you don't need
speech
to
and
go through that.
expression. ACLU Senior Policy Counsel Jenna Leventoff said in a release, the ACLU, didn't you craft a lie for Ms. Heard? Didn't you do that? Wasn't that
Click
you,
continue.
ACLU? So I don't really have anything. I don't want to. The ACLU is an
It's a
activist
work opportunity
organization
tax
nowadays.
credit.
We have a right to use TikTok and other platforms to exchange our thoughts. No, removing platform is banning a Chinese-owned platform is not affecting anyone's free speech whatsoever. You don't need TikTok to express freedom of speech. You can do it outside in the street. You can do it on any one of the other millions of apps that exist. TikTok is not. And anyway, you want to get into the down and nitty gritty of this. TikTok does not allow for freedom of speech.
Just that first page.
I mean, my
short,
the short videos that I do, which are just like, hey, look at this weirdo, and here's why they're wrong. Wildly popular on the platform. Banned. We have the right. Yeah, the company did not immediately respond to the White House guidance. This follows the Canadian government's decision on Monday to ban TikTok from all government phones and devices, citing fears about how much access Beijing had to user data. Effective Tuesday, the TikTok application will be removed from government-issued mobile devices. Users of these devices will also be blocked from downloading the application in the future, the government said in its statement.
Yeah, you keep
the
that.
European Commission
Click
banned the app
this.
from its equipment too. But I think this is not far enough. It should just be banned. Either that or their moderation policies have to change. Because what I believe is that the app absolutely is used to push propaganda. Like, absolutely, positively.
No food in your lap,
propaganda.
okay?
And they're doing it the
There's a
same way
place
that
in the break
Twitter
room
and
to keep that,
Facebook has.
all right? Other than that, looks good.
That's literally.
So, which shift were you say you were interested in?
This is what the problem we had with Twitter.
Okay. Like I said, either
They
shift
live
is
under the
available.
protection of Section 230, but they are.
When do you
being
think
a
you'd be able to get
publisher
started?
by blocking anybody with
Okay.
different opinions.
Send me a pic of the secondary info, and then we
TikTok has
can set a
repeatedly
date for you.
rejected accusations
All
that it
right.
shares
Reach
data
out to me as soon as you
control of the Chinese
get that to me,
government,
man,
but
and
they
we'll get you
do.
going, okay?
They've been caught multiple
Yep.
times. The TikTok's breakneck rise to niche video sharing.
It
app
could be either
has
social or
brought
birth
plenty
certificate.
of scrutiny, particularly over its
Right.
links to China.
Yep.
The company was forced to admit ByteDance employees in China had, in fact, accessed American data, but had always denied turning over personal information to the Chinese authorities. Well, why are they accessing Americans' data then? TikTok has moved to soothe U.S. fears, announcing that in June 2022, it would store all data on American users on U.S.-based servers. Yeah, but it didn't stop them from logging in. Bans have not halted TikTok's growth, with more than 1 billion active users in the sixth most used social media platform worldwide, according to the We Are Social app. Now, remember, there was people in these exposés or these leaks that said there are people back in Beijing that had direct access to all the data in America anyway, and that they had accessed it multiple times, if I remember that, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Yeah, close.
So, I have absolutely no problem
All right, then
getting
next.
rid of this. Federal agencies removing it. There's a bill in Congress
There you
right
go.
now to completely remove it. I support this 1,000%. And what I am worried about, is, is this the new moving? Now we're going to finally start worrying about China again, so the American people forget about what's going on with all of our money in Ukraine. I don't know, but for this, millions of the screams of thoughts worldwide could be heard at the prospect of TikTok being banned, and I couldn't care less. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please do subscribe down below.
Exit.
We'll talk again real soon.
All right, now I'm going to pull you up in the system and load some forms for you to log back in and fill out, okay? All right.
Computer animated drawing of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the two gray boys here, what are they?
They are they're two figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
Go to 46 of the same exhibit and describe what this is.
This is one animated suspect, I guess, or shooter placed in a similar CAD drawing, photograph, animation.
Okay, now go to page 49. And what is, sorry, go back, that's the picture I wanted. So there's 3 angles represented in this picture, correct?
There are 3 angles.
2 of them are from the same hole, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them is from the doghouse, correct?
That is correct.
You are you believe that the doghouse angle is fairly reliable.
I do.
You question the quail house angle, correct?
I place no confidence in that angle from the quail pen.
Explain for the jury, and you observed the defense expert last week talking about this. How did they come to determine, based on these lines and where these gray figures are placed, how did they come to determine their heights were between 5'2" and 5'4"? We'll get to your opinions about that in a moment, but just explain for them how the defense expert got to that decision.
The defense expert said he tried plugging in different heights, and he had to place those animated figures on a plane, that line, that laser line, and he determined that they go back and forth on that plane to achieve the defects that are documented by the original crime scene examiner.
Doug, go to page 51 real quick. Let's see if that's the...
They get a conviction. This guy gets to say he saved the prosecution now.
Yeah.
There's
This
some
is
yellow placards
undressing
here on the
waters, though,
ground.
a little
You
bit.
see them?
I do.
It's showing a lack of confidence.
And what do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers, so once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for documentation purposes.
Creighton Waters'
photography.
boss.
You literally just finished that a few moments ago. Like 5 applications came in right behind you too.
To the jury, what the defense has determined that their angle is based on those static lines.
Like,
those
where are
green
you at?
lines,
And then I
correct?
look down
That
and I
is
was like, oh
correct.
wow,
Back
it's
and
right
forth
down
on
there.
that one static line for one angle. and
That would
one
get you
static
going
line for
faster.
the other angle.
And they place them right there at that particular location. Why?
I think the defense expert was taking into consideration the location of the cartridge cases, and he was showing how it would fit those 5'2" animated figures that he placed in that presentation.
5'4". Is it your understanding, and I'll demonstrate, the gray figures are holding the firearm, and those gray lines represent like a screen. They would run up and down, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the testimony. You go back and forth on this green line.
Okay. That they would be right here because this is where the shell casings are. The shell casings are ejecting, correct?
That is how I understood his.
What?
Restate the question.
I'll restate the question. Why would they be placed right there in that particular location along that static green line?
Because they were in proximity to some of the shell casings.
Okay. Can you explain for this jury why their assumptions on the math they did are incorrect in determining that the shooter had to be between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Well, there's a bunch of variables. Variables do matter. There are a bunch that you would have to consider. First, you'd have to consider this to be a static crime scene. Very little movement, and when it is movement, it's controlled movement. Second, you would have to place some confidence in that angle of impact on that cardboard. Third, as I testified in my previous testimony, we're not able to test fire with confidence what we know to be the weapon used in this situation with the same
why not?
ammo.
Yeah.
And they don't throw
So why
the
would you
ammo
think
the
that it's
same
defective?
place every
Or that
time.
the
It may
ballistics
be
are
in the
defective?
general vicinity, but as I said, I believe in my previous testimony.
All right.
you
So
knew
click on
exactly
employee login and log
that
back in with the
cartridge
user
case
ID and
would carry a
password you
bucket
created.
and sit that bucket, and all your cartridge cases would go in the bucket. But like we see in the sketch and in the animated drawing, those cartridge cases are throughout. They're in a pretty large little area. And what I also saw that I
Large
noticed from
little
this
area?
CAD drawing is there's cartridge cases to the left of these animated shooters, which means that sometime at least 2 of these shots were fired with the shooter far to the left and not on this static.
Hey, can we have
green line.
confidence where the cases are or not?
Could you come down here real quick
Which is
and
it?
point out what you're talking about as it relates to the location of the shell casing?
Of those three, only one of those things was a valid criticism. And that is going to be clarified on defense cross, which is general vicinity. But that's just cast out.
I'm not sure if this is a shell casing here, Mr. Wilson, but right here, that is a shell casing, and it would not eject this direction in any situation depicted here in the presentation.
Annie?
It's not a left-handed.
All right, now click on where it says eDocuments.
AR-15, and like I said, they're kind of uncommon, and if it is, and that's a left-handed, then we couldn't explain the majority of them being.
All right, then the green button there, that employee start wizard.
That's what makes it.
All right, I'm just going to maximize that window for you. Start going through these rules and forms and stuff. Should be a box to check on the top and bottom of this one, but as you're going through it, and then you go to the bottom of each page, you click next. Now, if it doesn't advance you, it's going to tell you in red what the issue is.
Let's assume
All right, it won't let you do it wrong. So
that the angles are correct. And they very well
that's
could
what
be
it's supposed
correct.
to do.
They could be. Why is the defense's theory as to the height of the shooter represented in this picture still wrong? What else could affect it?
Distance and height.
Would you like to take a moment to demonstrate for the jury with
I got no friends 'cause they read the paper. They can't be seen with me. And I'm getting real shocked now. I'm feeling real weak.
No, the top you fill out. Yep.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from the recording. It's another day and another weird lawsuit going after Black Rifle Coffee Company. Now, full disclosure, obviously, I have a coffee company, but I don't view Black Rifle as a competitor. They are so massive. I mean, they're publicly traded. I'm not eating any of their lunch. So, and I also want to say that the owners of this company have always been really nice to me. They've connected
Versus
me
other
with
names with
people in the
NA
industry,
and slash
things
A.
of that nature. And then these are just, of course, allegations. But it also goes towards
other
kind of
just
a
N slash
bigger
A.
issue going on in the space. Apparently,
Same thing for
this
apartment number.
is
If you
kind
don't
of
have one
weird.
for some reason, that
So,
blank has to be filled with NA.
Here's a current lawsuit. Says here, Evan Hafer, what's going on? The Black Rifle Coffee. I wonder why they're not. I've been seeing this more on Twitter. Is it that it's broken? Your accountant outdueled you in a competition, so you proceeded to try to humiliate him because he's a Mormon with more moderate attitude towards hooking up. This is, I mean, Black Rifle Coffee has innumerable lawsuits against them. And you wonder exactly kind of what's driving it. You know, it seems like, you know, a lot of people that I really respect have backed them, you know, and stick by them. And so that kind of holds a lot
I
of
don't know why it
weight.
does
You
it.
remember
75?
Essentially, where all of this started, we're kind of the golden boy.
That's why I watched the white
non-leftist
down because these
coffee.
forms are so quirky.
They did an interview with the New York
frustrating.
Times, and in that interview, they said some heinous things. The way they were worded came across as like, "Hey, you know, half our customers are, you know, bad guys from WW2 and all this."
You got to do this for
You see,
me.
it was a mistake for anyone who considers themselves conservative to give access to the New York
And then
Times.
the email,
Their
phone
words
number.
would be twisted and taken out of context. New York Times is not a news organization. They are part of the propaganda machine. You know, you see Zengerli, the writer, goes out of the way to identify Hafer as Jewish. He writes this paragraph, which seems misleading at best. I would never want my brand to be represented in that way, shape, or form, Hafer said, because that's not me. And yet Black Rifle has made conspicuously little public effort to separate itself
Hello?
from Munchel. I don't know who that is. There's this sharp departure
How
from
can I
the
help you?
handling of the Kyle Rittenhouse incident. Following pressure from the company, Schaefer deleted his tweets,
Okay.
and Hafer released a video statement in which he clarified that while Black Rifle believed in the Constitution,
Yeah,
the Second Amendment,
the same
to
website
the right
where
to
you
bear
put your
arms,
pay
and that
stubs.
a person is innocent until proven guilty. The company didn't sponsor Rittenhouse. We're not in the business of profiting from tragedy.
login.
Now, if you remember, there was
can you receive
this
text at
situation
this
where
number?
Kyle was out on bail,
All
I
right.
believe.
Text me your
Pictured in
name,
a
full
Black
name,
Rifle
and
t-shirt or a Black
your social
Rifle
security number. That
hat
way I
or
can
something like
verify
that, I remember.
it's you,
And
then I'll send you back
Black
the.
Rifle Coffee immediately came out to disavow him. In fact, I don't even think they called him by
Okay.
name.
Okay.
and
Well,
said,
if you
"Hey,
get this to me, I'll get it
is,
right back to you as soon as I can.
You know, the
Yep,
Kenosha
bye.
boy or something like that." They has seemingly have since mended fences with Kyle, but it really
Yeah,
pissed off
citizen.
the customer
There you go.
base. I mean, this is
And then
Black Rifle
down here
Coffee, you're
where it
like,
says
you know,
signature, just click that box.
2A, all this kind of stuff.
Signature of employee.
You know, and I think what's interesting here is the way these two paragraphs
say
also
okay.
were worded. You can't let sections of your
Then
customers.
in the gray
contact
box
brand
there,
and
you
say,
have to
"This is
check the
who
first one
you
that
are."
you didn't use a
That's what told
translator.
me. It's not like, no, we
Then
define that.
next.
The Rittenhouse episode may have cost the company thousands of customers,
There you go.
but Hafer believed it also allowed Black Rifle Coffee to draw a line in the sand. It's such a repugnant group of people, Hafer said. It's like the worst in American society. I've got to flush the toilet of some of these people that kind of hijack portions of the brand. Then again, what Hafer insisted was a super clear delineation was not clear to everyone because, well, it was weird. And he said the racism stuff really pisses me off. Hafer said, I hate this. Proud boyish people. Like, I'll pay them to leave my customer base. I'll gladly chop off all those people out of my effing customer base and pay them to get the F out. If that was the case, I asked, had Black Rifle, which sells a thin blue line coffee, considered changing the name of its Beyond Black coffee, the dark roast it has sold for years, to Beyond Black Lives Matter? Surely that would alienate the racist polluting its customer base. This is, I mean, this moment in time when Black Rifle Coffee kind of, you know, really had some cracks showing of where they were getting really big and they were doing interviews. And
Yeah, so the federal one, how many?
It inspired me to start.
Go ahead and pick your category
Like,
that you want to
the whole reason
file.
I started this company is you'll notice, like, literally down to the brand.
Now, do you just claim yourself, or do you have some dependents you want to claim?
You know, I have
okay, so you don't do
more
anything.
delicious, more delicious, and more freshly roasted options
For the federal, anyway. I'll show you what to do for the state.
And we're growing fast. Just promo code the quartering to save if you want. We're growing super fast, and I think it's because
either
we
one.
stay out of the political stuff.
I don't think it's really going to matter if you're just doing yourself.
If you jump into the politics,
so then under step 5 is check that box.
You can get a ton of money really fast. I mean, there were even coffee companies that opened up that were like.
The rest of it's just a worksheet. It doesn't do anything.
Coffee.
All the way to the bottom.
Along that lines. They probably sold a bunch right away, but where are they today? That's why I started Coffee Brand Coffee. Now, Black Rifle Coffee is essentially a merch company that also sells coffee. I see.
So you don't need to put your license number there. We'll just say no that you're not a news.
That's why I want to work hard. I've got some new merch.
Then you just put for yourself, for the state, you just put a 1 in there.
This stuff, though, is a little.
And then you sign it in box
So
back.
here's a lawsuit that says this is the form. Actually, I can just pull up the actual lawsuit. This is Mr. Roper is a male, resides in
all the way to the bottom,
Salt Lake County of Utah. He's former employee of BRCC.
All right. So as long as it doesn't say pending or anything, or I mean, doesn't say input. Where it says pending, it means I have to do my portion of it.
Mr. Hafer is an individual who is employed by
log you
BRCC
out.
as its CEO.
Now, just remember that login and password, because that's where you're going to check your pay stubs. That's where your W-2 and stuff's going to be. Okay.
Now, this is a brand new, or this just came to light. I don't know.
Website on the back of one of my cards, so you have that.
Maybe it's dated at the end, but this kind of just popped out. I don't know.
You were interested in Synchron?
Yes.
This is dated 6/29.
Which shift was the preference, B or C?
So
once again,
we have an X.
I'll show you the times.
Okay, cool.
And it says,
"Oh, that's for you."
Sorry,
all right. And like I said,
16 on July.
B crew Wednesday through Saturday. That's the all nights. 5 p.m. to 3:30. C crew is Monday, Tuesday, 5:30,
Mr. Roper
5 p.m. to 3:30, and then Friday and Saturday, 5:30 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Mr. Hafer expressed his anger.
Well, when I send the name, they want to know which one you're applying
in an
for.
extremely hostile and domineering manner. It happened within 2 weeks. Mr. Hafer
Say
felt
B,
like
C,
his
right
reputation
there,
as an
right
excellent
there.
marksman among the military special forces community was threatened by Mr. Roper when other military competitions heard the results. Early in 2016, Mr. Roper was forced to strip down and participate in a marketing video where his image was digitally
It gives you
altered to
your
look like
weekend
he
nights off,
was
so it's
completely
something
in
about
his birthday
swinging.
suit. Mr. Roper was not given a proper opportunity to refuse to participate in this video, and he felt like had he refused to participate, he would have lost his job. You didn't have to participate, and I don't think being like entry-level BRCC employee is. These lawsuits are weird. Just another bizarre lawsuit. In the video, he's asked to pretend to do sit-ups in a room with various other men who are allegedly having a hot dog party.
Okay.
The
I'll
video
send
is
them
meant to
that.
poke fun
Operator
at
B
the
crew.
LGBTQ, and Mr.
Toledo.
Roper
So
participated in the video
I'll send that to her. Hopefully I'll
against
hear
his
back
will
sometime
and as a
today.
condition of
Either
his
way,
employment.
I'll let you know
The
as soon
video
as
has
they
been
let
seen
me
by
know.
thousands of people on the internet.
But
much to Mr.
anticipated
Roper's
because they're doing
embarrassment
those
and
interviews on
humiliation.
Mondays.
I mean,
at 3 p.m.
on or about August 15th.
We'll go from there.
Evan,
All right, man. Thanks for
called
coming
the
by.
office
Yep, have a good one.
with
Yeah,
Mr.
you too.
Roper and several other people in the office. Mr. Hafer took off all his clothes and stood in front of Mr. Roper completely. What? What? This is so wild. It has to be true. So he got, and he's wearing absolutely nothing. Then Mr. Hafer acted as if he had expected some sort of response from Mr. Roper. Instead, Mr. Roper averted his eyes and tried to turn the conversation.
Hey,
back and forth.
Midwest.
Why
Be
did
right
he
back.
take
I
out?
gotta
What
pee.
happened here? Several days later, Mr. Roper and Mr. Hafer were working alone in the conference room when Mr. Hafer turned to Mr. Roper and said, "Why don't we close that door and butt F this S out of each other?" What? Mr. Roper rejected the proposition, and the meeting continued in awkward tension. What's happening? What's happening at Black Rifle Coffee? Now, maybe this was just a bad joke. Maybe this was just a bad joke. After Mr. Roper had rejected Mr. Hafer's advances and failed to comment upon Mr. Hafer's nude body, Mr. Hafer became openly hostile to Mr. Roper. By approximately early 2016, Mr. Hafer had been calling Mr. Roper a mountain Jew. I've never even heard of that. As a derogatory term because he was one of the few LDS in the office. Oh, he's a Mormon, so he called him a mountain Jew? Sounds funny. I've never even heard of it. Mr. Hafer started being very mean and hateful towards Roper in front of other employees. On the 21st at 8 a.m., Mr. Roper participated in a three-way call with Chief Operating Officer Rod Rudd, himself, and Mr. Hafer. In this call, Mr. Roper told Mr. Rudd and Mr. Hafer that he was concerned with the way he was being treated and that he demanded he be treated more professionally and respectfully. Mr. Hafer became very angry and said, "Roger that," to Roper and warned him that if he said one more word that he would be terminated on the spot. Mr. Roper saw an increase in Mr. Hafer's hostility towards him from that day forward. In early November, Roper was tasked with developing an HR department for BRCC. His role as HR manager, Mr. Roper spoke with many employees who complained about being
How's the legal
receiving
stuff
bad
going? Yeah.
behavior and complained that Mr. Hafer and others in middle and upper management were using military-style management model, which was replete with
updates?
harassment and racism. No examples, though. On or about the middle of November 2016, Mr. Roper reported to Mr. Rudd and Mr. Hafer that the company was at risk because of the work environment that Mr. Hafer had created. Mr. Rudd agreed with Mr. Roper, but rather than change his behavior, Mr. Hafer asked Mr. Roper, as Human Resource Director, to contact BRCC's attorney and have her draft an employee contract that allows me to do whatever the F I want to an employee without being sued. Mr. Roper contacted the attorney with Hafer's request, and the attorney said that wasn't possible. Still, Mr. Hafer continued to harass Roper. Sounds like he didn't like him. I don't know the idea that about the, getting into your birthday suit. What is this? While at the strip club, Mr. Bollinger was not satisfied with Mr. Roper simply being in the club, but insisted he paying for him to have a private dance.
Arrogant, really. Prosecutors being arrogant.
Humiliated and embarrassed, didn't want to be seen as more of an outsider than he was, so he endured the events. Oh, lap dance is so awful. Then on February 17, 2017, Matt Best, owner of BRCC, openly teased Mr. Roper because he had never taken the dirt road with a woman. Why are you even talking about this stuff at work? This is a wild lawsuit. This is wild. Now, the money for judgment entered for Mr. Roper, he wants a money judgment entered in the favor of all this other kind of stuff. These things never really say, you know, he's got all sorts of exhibits in here too. Yikes. He's not asking for that much money, I guess. Consideration given in exchange for waiving rights to legal action. In consideration for Brendan's waiver, his rights to pursue legal action, Black Rifle Coffee agrees to immediately pay in full the following amounts. Reimbursement for the use of personal cell phone for 9 months of employment, that's $1,600. 9 months of personal vehicle use, $1,100. Unused vacation, 10 days. A settlement equal to 2 months gross wages. He's making $5,500 a month. That's pretty good money. $11,000. So they paid out his employment. Made it go away. Weird. I wonder why this is resurfacing now. Interesting. Well, yeah, maybe don't have your employees, maybe don't get like undressed in front of your employees and do that kind of stuff. But there's a million of these like spurious lawsuits against Black Rifle. There's even an article that's like Black Rifle Company is being sued by an RTD beverage consultancy. This was a week ago because they're selling like ready to drink coffee. There's like a magnet for lawsuits. This is more business lawsuit stuff. Harassing your Mormon employee, that's probably not good, but hey, you know, Coffee Brand Coffee. If you're looking for, you know, some coffee, promo code The Quartering is safe. Hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
Use my code. Use my link in the description.
Well, if the medical professionals that saw you and discharged you, jail.
All right, young lady. Stop. Okay, it's not working.
I know it's all an act.
Oh, well, we all know that.
You do not have an inhaler. Right there.
I'm gonna die.
The hospital discharged you. They said everything was fine with you.
Want a cigarette?
Doctor.
Disorderly. Need the sidewalk.
Oh, I can't
Stop
breathe.
that.
I can't breathe.
Hold me in my car? I'm sorry, I ain't doing Can you start being Sit up. I don't know if she's faking it or what. She's not answering. Holy frickin' cow. They denied her medical treatment as she was losing consciousness, and when she finally lost her life, they literally looked at each other and said, quote, I don't know if she's faking it or what. Yeah. America, right? Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name's inDOCtriNATION here of WeAreChange.org, and we have a plethora of absolutely crazy news to get into today, not just domestically here inside of the United States with all the latest developments with the lying corporate mainstream media, but specifically, we're going to be focusing on China and a lot of the other complex geopolitical developments in that region surrounding the specific New World Order, as the corporate media likes to talk about, that allegedly China is going to be a big part of. We're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more, all here on this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you could get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was, of course, from Tennessee, where police officers there went out of their way to not believe a dying woman that a hospital refused to treat. The full video of what actually happened here is 6 minutes. I actually posted it on my Twitter account at LukeWeAreChange, and it is sickening. It is disgusting. Just imagine this being either one of your family members, your mother, your daughter. And even though watching these videos is absolutely infuriating, it definitely needs to start a conversation about what we could be doing better, especially when it comes to policing and healthcare in America, as more people are calling for more government
more hospitals like this, more police officers like this, and I say, hey, hold on a minute. Maybe we shouldn't be financing horrible institutions doing horrible things to the American people, and I think that's where the conversation needs to start. I think it's fair to say, America, we could do a lot better. And if you truly love this country and care for this country, you would be striving to do so and calling out a lot of the bull crap that is going on here, especially when it comes to the special interests, the big multinational corporations, and the
I like it too.
internationalists,
Coffee
along
brand
with
is
the
better though.
bankers that have
Use my code to
completely
get a
bought
discount.
this country from the politicians
Actually, I like
that
it
have
too.
sold you out. In the United States, in our food supply right now, there are substances that are linked specifically to creating low sperm counts. There are substances that are carcinogenic, and they are fully legal, approved by the US FDA. Why? Well, probably a lot of those industries bought off the regulators. This says, of course, a lot of the food in America is banned, of course, in Europe. Additives, food dyes, potassium bromate, titanium dioxide, chlorinated water, highly inflammatory seed oils, RBST, red 40, yellow 6, yellow 5, propylene, and azotuzumcarbon did. To be fair, English is my second language, and I might not be pronouncing the last two correctly, to be honest with you. But how are these foods allowed in our food supply by the same government officials that are saying that we need to go above and beyond for your own personal health and take rush experimental gene therapies? And again, if you see any product at the supermarket with any of these ingredients, I urge you to specifically, very loudly and proudly call them out for what they are. Make sure that the people in the same aisle as you could hear you, as a little form of activism and helping other people understand what's really going out there in this world. I think it's fair to say that the medical community has been hijacked and many doctors have been bought off just like politicians. Where in the United States, 27 states had already had to legally have political and lawful interventions stopping the mutilation of children for larger woke equity.
Just go to their
ideas
site and
that are
sign up for their
backwards and not
affiliate program.
scientifically proven and
They'll
have
give you the
left
code. They'll let you
statistically
pick your
more harm
code.
than good. This
and
from the
everything.
same government that
They'll
of
even
course
give
also
you
told you that the air was safe to
marketing
breathe and the
stuff
water is safe to drink.
for it.
In East
If you put it in
Palestine,
your,
Ohio, after one of the most
if you're doing it
biggest
live on your
train
mobile,
derailments
you
and
can set
chemical
it up
spills
in
in
your
American
channel
history. This
description,
says
or your
PBS
channel
News,
about
NPR,
with the codes and
CBS
stuff.
News, all were
Or even
reporting to you, hey,
add links to
it's safe
have
to go
or
home
have
now.
NCAP
It's
to it.
safe
Add
to
links
live your
to
life right outside of this
Nightbot
chemical
or
spill.
whatever you
This,
use.
as today, we're also getting reports from NBC News
Stream
of
Elements. I use
many
Stream
citizens
Elements.
in East Palestine, Ohio, specifically dealing with serious health ailments associated with the chemical exposure that they were knowingly exposed to by the U.S. federal government.
They
That
send me
told them
money
it was
every time
okay.
somebody orders
And now
something
they're
with
dealing
my
with
code.
significant health
They literally
ailments
send it
like
right to my PayPal.
bronchitis and other weird chemical reactions as more and more people are getting sick there. Now, will PBS News, NPR, CBS News be
There's
held
no
accountable
minimum
for
either.
lying to the American public, misleading them, giving them information that, of course, led to them being negatively affected here? With a U.S. government that lied to the people of its own country, will they be held accountable for what they did here? Well, let's be honest here. That's usually a pipe dream that will never happen here, as, of course, the corporate media gets promoted in the algorithm. They get all
Dude,
the
I
money.
got
They
sick of
never
the
get
CPR class
demonetized
yesterday. I
after
know
all
somebody
the
in that
human
class
harm
got
that
me
they
sick.
have been associated with, even going all the way back since 2001 in New York City, when they told everyone that air was safe to breathe when they knew it wasn't. And according to this latest lab leak, that of course is now being finally unraveled
Really?
to the American public,
Good.
this after massive gaslighting and lying by government officials like Dr. Fauci, the World Health Organization, that of course were actively covering up what was really going on here. Now, according to the latest intelligence, they're all lying to you. And of course, there has been a plethora of overwhelming amount of evidence, not just now, but for many months now, many years now. And the people talking about it were punished, were censored, were demonetized, and even had their accounts deleted. And this is why we started LukeUncensored.com, our own platform, where we get to say and do what we want without any fear of retribution or being taken down or deleted or censored. We get to have an honest, free-flow conversation centered around all the information that, of course, very powerful people don't want you to have, don't want you to listen to be privy to those conversations and those issues that we cannot discuss here. Check out and sign up on LukeUncensored.com. It's very quick. It's very easy. It's very simple. Click here, put in your information. You get an email. You get the login information. You come back here through the link in the email that was sent to you, and you have access to a plethora of amazing information, a brand new spanking video today ready for members, 3 masterclasses, a forum, an AMA, and a part of the larger conversation of what we are doing here, how we are growing, how we are expanding, directly through, of course, your memberships. Lots of personal stories, lots of insider baseball, but most importantly, lots of information that, of course, lots of powerful people do not want you to hear. So if you haven't signed up yet, sign up right now. Quick, easy, simple. And I will see you there right after this video. As, of course, we are not done here specifically talking about our main topic, and that, of course, is China. China, that, of course, more aggressively has been criticizing the United States for prolonging this larger proxy conflict between the East and the West that's happening right now in the theater of war of Ukraine. This is the United States already has spent an estimated $117.5 billion. Yes, the American government has siphoned off $117.5 billion from American taxpayers towards financing and prolonging this conflict, while, of course, giving money to some of the most corrupted government officials on the face of this earth. This, as many Western powers have actively played a major role in this conflict and blocked diplomacy negotiations that would have ended this war a long time ago. This, as the New York Times is even reporting how there's, quote, no peace talk in the White House, according to the sources and conversations that are being had right now inside of that large government institution when it comes to, of course, American foreign policy. Now, we have to ask ourselves, why are we spending so much money? What is the benefit here? What is the risk? What is the American government?
Yeah, man, that's a badass laptop.
Gain from all of this.
I'm jealous.
Now, when we look at the larger prospects
We'll
here,
see.
what are we wagering for? What we are getting here? Well,
I will
we're
admit it.
wagering literally a full, all-out nuclear war. What are we getting here? Well, high energy prices, high food prices, a disruption of global trade and infrastructure. And if you're going to be arguing that it's in the American interest to take down Russia, well,
Howdy.
let's look at the financial situation. As, of course, all the sanctions
Okay.
in this larger conflict really haven't left Russia isolated or divided, as, of course, American
Which
policy
one?
has called for. All it has done is brought Russia closer to
See
China,
what they said.
to India, to
That was
Iran, to
noted
many
on
of
your
our
file.
geopolitical foes all around the world, and so far financially, the larger economic warfare that the United States is waging against Russia, let's be honest
Last
here,
one.
hasn't really worked here, even according to many mainline Western government strategists and officials. It's also important to note here that if we do take down Russia,
she
this
tried
of
putting me
course will
back in
create
here.
a
That's
huge
not
vacuum
bad.
of power, very similar to the situation that unfolded in Iraq after the fall of Saddam, that of course created a lot of global chaos and immigration crisis, and of course the spur of new radical Islamist groups that wage terror on the entire world. Also, of course, strengthening Iran, and people have to
Well,
ask
one of the
themselves,
benefits
there was
of
no
you
benefit
guys being
towards
on
the war in
probation and
Iraq.
stuff like that is
Literally,
that
even if you're a
you
staunch
stop showing up.
neoconservative,
Usually the
even if
PO
you're
finds
John
out.
Bolton, Nikki Haley, an enraged, psychopathic, mass murdering, crazy individual like those, like them, what did we get from the war in Iraq?
All right, where are you staying?
Strategy-wise, what interest did we get? Nothing. So why do we think a similar strategy is going to work with Russia? And again, it doesn't make sense here. What is happening, though, is that there's a lot of Wall Street companies like BlackRock, a lot of many other
You guys sell the
powerful
phone?
corporations that, of course, are also selling arms that are making record amounts of profit. And if you're going to be arguing that we have to risk nuclear Armageddon just so a few people make some money, then that's not really an argument. That's a government run by sociopaths. Because what else are we doing here? No one could describe, no one could explain.
All right.
And before giving my money, giving my future, giving the future of my future children, we should at least be having the conversation of what we're wagering here and what are going to be the larger consequences as this war is escalating, especially with the latest information coming from Minsk, Belarus, where we are finding out that there is a potential Ukrainian drone that was used, an A-50 Russian surveillance aircraft. This was allegedly a Ukrainian successful
Either shift.
special operation that has allegedly
You prefer
taken
second?
down a Russian 274
All
million
right.
pound
I think we just
spy
had we just lost someone there. So let me ask
escalation of this
Harry
bigger
again
conflict,
and
now involving
Brian.
Belarus, now only pissing off
Reach out to me
Russia
tomorrow.
even more. This as already all roads leading from Poland to Belarus have been officially blocked off and anti-tank barriers have been installed, already positioning and preparing themselves for a potential invasion and escalation of this conflict that could at any
Smart
moment,
thing to do to
any time,
protect yourself.
involve many other countries that of course could take the situation into their own hands. Now, not only all roads are being blocked between Poland and Belarus, but so are any roads to, of course, diplomacy, peace talks, or de-escalations here. This, as the Belarusian leader right now is going to have a special visit to China, China that has been using this opportunity of this global conflict as a way to, of course, try to flaunt their dominance and influence on the world. This, as they have been one of the few countries in the world that surprisingly have been called
That tether shit had
independent
me messed up.
of
I ain't
this
never been on
conflict.
tether.
Ukraine initially said that they will not negotiate with Russia. It looks like China is also leveraging that they might provide Russia and Belarus with lethal aid if there is not a peace deal being met here, as they just released a 12-point plan to solve this conflict, essentially setting up a demilitarized zone in the middle of Ukraine, stopping the further escalation of this larger insanity that we have all been entangled in. Just as it's also important to note here that the views of America and Western
We are hiring for,
the
I think,
larger public opinion of
we have
the
a
people
couple
in
slots that I
Turkey,
have to
people
fill
in
at
India,
Vectrum.
people of
And
everywhere
then,
else but the
we're
Western
also
world
hiring for a
is
place called
completely
Syncreon,
different
which is
than
on the
the
north side
Western
of
world.
Toledo.
This is even according to the European Council on Foreign Relations that released an article describing
It ranges
the
from
West
14 to
divided from
1650.
the rest situation, as a lot of people's public opinion on
Depending
this
on
matter is a lot
the
different
shift
than,
and,
of
you
course,
know, the
what
job
the
and
U.S.
stuff.
corporate media wants you to think it is. And with China,
Yeah, that's all that's available right
looking
now.
to benefit from this entire situation, Politico even wrote a very interesting
Yep.
article that's titled "Look Out!
But if you
Here
do have a
comes a
morning shift
new
or
world
anything,
order," describing
if you
how,
have
quote,
that,
the
I mean,
West
I'll
is
take it.
both
Well,
more
There's
united
both.
and
So
less
there's this.
influential
I
than the
want you to go
world,
to the
hinting
shift
at
that
what
you're
Politico
going to
is
be at.
describing
You'll
a
be able to
future
make it to every day.
multipolar world order where, quote, Europe and the United States are less influential,
Let me check.
specifically describing this
Check with them.
larger
There's your
divided
W2.
from the rest perception of the rest of the
Swing
world.
by here
What
tomorrow
people are
about the
thinking
same
of what
time,
the West is doing
and
in
I should have
Ukraine.
an answer
This
for you.
is, as of course, I think it's fair to say that a lot of people around the world are like, hey, can we not just blow each other up with nuclear weapons? You know, can we not just have a nuclear Armageddon? Could we please not just do that? And I think that sentiment is being felt by a lot of individuals, as of course,
Oh,
that's
you
where
got
we
a
are
different one
racing
than
to. And it
your
looks
listener.
like China that is becoming more and more influential in the world, especially when it comes to, of course, their influence recently on Canada, a government, of course, that was knowingly hijacked and admitted to by the World Economic Forum that, of course, spends millions of dollars on a lot of their larger pet projects. And there's a reason why Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum, previously said that China is the model of the world, and many other elites connected to them have complimented China, work with China, spurring on and promoting their dystopian, technocratic, communist, central-controlled ideas on the rest of the world, with even CNN writing an article talking about how China's New World Order is here, especially when it comes to, of course, their larger geopolitical investment
Star
and
16,
involvement,
yeah.
and propping up by many Western elites that, of course, are there to truly support them and replicate their totalitarian model that they have implemented in their country that they want the rest of the world in. We're going to be talking about that tomorrow, specifically when it comes to 15-minute cities, that we're going to be describing in a future upcoming video on this YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe, click the notification button. I'm working on setting up and expanding and building my studio right now. Lots of really fun things coming here to this YouTube channel. You won't want to miss it. Click that notification button. Thank you so much for watching and sharing this video. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, and this is why I love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org. One more video coming your way right now on LookUncensored.com. See you there.
18-inch.
Somehow in this ball, it's not exactly small or thin or light, but it's certainly.
Speaking of end cap,
How you doing, ma'am? Where the medics are?
To the system, everyone's a victim. Doesn't matter if you're black or white, it hates you.
Which house is it at? The brown one there? Do you know what's going on?
They're looking for someone.
Oh, wow. Thank you, sir.
Issues brought over a whole bunch of motherboards and a whole bunch of things like this. Although, no fans are going to talk about.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Apparently they're here looking for somebody.
We can't see them. It's not like more than our laptops on the show floor. And sit up this was earlier at CES so that everyone can play more stressed. They still don't understand. One thing that I really appreciate in the past,
John, welcome in.
Asus had this RGB light, but it was attached to the bottom pins. When you take it off,
Aurora, welcome in. Pose, Travis Fleming.
Oh, the whole back of it's a heat sink.
Uh,
Yeah, business investment. I love that.
I'm guessing they're looking for somebody.
It's like a badass
I
laptop.
saw this on Pulse Point, and I got here before they put up any tape and all that. So
Are you coming here tomorrow? Well, I'll see you Thursday then.
would have complied.
Mhm.
Wow. If you would have just complied, that would not have happened. This guy's a joke. Ooh, this is a warrant. This is a warrant call, y'all. How you doing, Mexico Citizen? Welcome in.
Maybe overkill.
I am literally standing like right next to the house.
It's like a new car,
They did not put up
obsolete
any
as soon as it
people
pulls out of the lot.
Hey,
Already something bigger and better coming out.
Mexico
So,
Citizen, welcome in.
yeah, it'll keep you going for a while for sure. I like how it handles the heat though. That huge heat sink on it wraps around the whole back of it. Dude, technology in 10 years.
We got units Whiskey 151, Alpha 31, and on the other side looks like Bravo 51. I think on the other side. So we got total of 3 units here, and then on the other side of the street, go with the camera. Welcome in.
My new phone came in the mail. The wife just signed for it. S23 Ultra.
Wow, they're gonna put up tape to chase me back. Really? I just heard the guy. They're gonna put up tape to fucking chase me back. Are you fucking kidding me? Wow. I was literally not doing anything to anybody, and they're gonna fucking put up the tape because I showed up. Exactly, John. Exactly. They're gonna be crybabies because I showed up with a camera.
Yeah, I had to wait. Mine was in back order. I got the Hunter Green.
They don't need to put up tape. They have their little situation blocked off with their vehicles. They don't need to put up tape. The only reason for the tape is because I showed up. No, I'm not, Joe. No, I'm not. Because the house is right there. Boy, these guys are. The guys love wasting your taxpayer dollars. Hey, Blue, how you doing? I got this on your busted laptop. Oh, gotcha. Tape and ID. Oh, yeah. Exactly, Rory. Exactly. There needs to be a login. Oh, right.
Cool.
Right.
What software is he going to teach you? Wife's got an iPhone 13. She can wait till next year for the next model. Usually every 2 years.
Like, I'm not standing in front of their house. Like, I'm like,
have the
I'm
S21 now.
standing in. Like,
Sure.
This is how close I am. I'm
Done
not.
well. The only
I'm
issue
not in their
I
way
have
in
with it
any
is
way,
heat,
shape, or form.
especially with the OtterBox on it. It heats up pretty fast.
How you doing, ma'am? Where the medics are? You guys already have it all taped off, ma'am. I mean not taped off. I mean, you guys already have it blocked off with your vehicles, and I'm not in you guys' way. Yeah, it's literally because I showed up. Hey, External Affairs, how you doing? All right, what I'll do is I'm gonna circle around the block because I can stand I can still get a good viewpoint from the end of the block. So I'm gonna circle around to the other side of the block there. Right, please, right. Are you guys putting the tape up because I showed up?
Yeah, the
Wow.
only reason I use one for my IT work that I
You
do.
do know that Warren
company
versus
just issued
District of Columbia said that police officers are not responsible for citizen safety? So you're ignoring a Supreme Court ruling?
I'm too busy to be dealing with your silliness right now, sir.
Wait, you're too busy to be worried about a law? You're a law enforcement officer? You're ignoring a law because your feelings? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Supreme Court ruling. Warren versus District of Columbia, ma'am. Warren versus District of Columbia. Supreme Court. They rule over you guys. They're the ones who force law, but you're forcing feelings.
Okay, thank you for doing that right now.
Like, seriously, look it up. Warren versus District of Columbia. Supreme Court ruling says you are not responsible for my safety. Look that up.
It's not about safety.
No, it's not feelings. It's not feelings. You are not responsible for my safety. Supreme Court ruling. Look it up. Hey, Floyd. This fucking brainlet just admitted that because I showed up. It's the only reason they put up tape. This fucking idiot brainlet over here. I wasn't doing jack shit. I wasn't even talking. And you guys put up crime team tape because you're widow feelings. Really?
Yep, it's all about control.
Wasting tax dollars because your feelings. How ridiculous.
Yep. That's ridiculous. It is, truly is. What we got here?
This is Michigan Constitutional Crusader out here at the Washington Township offices. We'll see what they think of the First Amendment. Yes, I can. You're incorrect. Absolutely, I can. What law do you think means I can't record in here?
In the public area, you can, but while we're issuing out public comment, you cannot.
Well, there's nobody in here, so. Okay. How's it going? Not too bad.
So anyone down for some poker? Somebody answered me earlier.
How's it going?
I'll get a game in before I gotta go.
Nope.
Much love, in Midwest. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, this fucking cold is killing me. No knock warrants. Most places they're illegal, but they consider almost every warrant a no knock warrant when they're out in the field. This is Michigan Constitutional Crusader. Great Lakes dialysis. Get that poker game in, guys. Cemetery.
It's not kids. Is it? No. Something. I know which one this is. I know which one this is. You need help on?
No.
You don't have one for last year, Kristen.
Recording.
For who?
Myself.
The government?
Doesn't matter. Right? Yeah, you can ask any questions you want. And that's one that I'm going to decline to answer respectfully.
With all due respect, fuck off. 21. She didn't work at all last year.
Yeah, yeah.
Bunch of cool little pictures. Because that bumps.
All right, Morrow.
I moved there last year and I totally even forgot the water bill. And I finally drew the line. I'm like, oh shit, let me take the coast home. Yeah, because I moved in there last year and By the time everything transferred over and everything else, I was like, I'm gonna set it up, but I just want to come pay for cash or not. Just go.
Yes.
Isn't that the truth? See what it says? I remember back in my day when Halloween was about who could dress the scariest, not the sluttiest.
I know, I don't know.
Isabella, yes. Okay. Okay, as much as it's done. That's just, if you want to. Yeah, for sure. So I'll take it. And I'll pass it on as well. Let you know. Okay. You yes. Actually, yeah, go ahead and text me. Go ahead.
Bunch of people in there that they go crazy if I walk back in there. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm not trying to cause a disturbance. You know what she said is wrong.
No poker today, huh? Nobody? Actually getting some work done. Getting some people working.
Susan says, do you feel it hard to get our arms available in the township? That's pretty cool. More police protection. Drive-in theater. Good luck with that one. Interesting. Building was built in 1991. Cool. All right, I would have to say they did pretty good. And we're out of here.
All right.
But it's pretty darn close. That trajectory is right. And to say that you have two variables here, angle of the shot, which we know to a pretty close angle, right? And then to say that, then to draw a circle around the shell casings within 20 feet, I think it's 20 or 25 feet of the ejection, is a fair, reasonable interpretation. So you could draw that line through there and say these shells were shot from these angles. I think that's a very, very fair recharacterization of the thing. Now, he's saying we can't agree on this angle and we can't draw that line back because it's a dynamic situation. It's so stupid. I can't even believe it. The second thing, though, is on the other hand, he says you can't do that because it's irrational, because math doesn't work on crime scenes. But then he says at the same time, yet we can microscopically examine these shell casings and say that it's the same gun. It had to be a family gun because we're so precise.
Asinine. It was so asinine. And to bring home what Andrew was saying earlier, you know, if he's running, it's dynamic, she's moving, shooter's moving. At one moment, there's 1 millisecond when that trigger's pulled. And you're basically trying to freeze frame at that moment. What are the positions, and specifically the position of the shooter at the moment that that thing is being shot? Now, to be fair, I do think that he could be making the one fair point that I think that he made, because I'm looking to, like, you know, look at this clinically. It is possible that a bullet could have hit Maggie, gone through the quell pen, and by traversing through her body, the angle of the shot would have changed and gone in more of a downward or upward type of thing. Whatever it is, it could have rebounded off of, you know, by passing through her body to modify what the expected angle of the original shot was. So if you're saying if the duty was on the defense, which it obviously isn't, but if the duty was on the defense to prove their innocence, in that case, you could blow up the concept that that definitively proves his innocence because the shooter had to be shorter, because it could be that it was redirected by going through her body, assuming we knew that this bullet did go through her body.
Okay, wait a second, but time out here on that. All right, that is also stupid. Here, let's talk about why.
Well, thank you.
No, yeah. No, but he's saying
I hate your glasses. So
yes, okay, I'll take them. No, here's the problem. Let's assume it's a deflection, which, see, the problem is when we have a projectile, that is a tumble. It's not a wobble, okay? But that's just saying the confidence and the accuracy of SLED measurements. So, okay, but if we have a deflection from the body of Maggie to that lone, that is still an angle coming. When it's in flight through the air, it is not moving around like this. The angle from the body, from the deflection, is also at that angle. Is that fair enough to say?
Yeah, but I think it could change degrees while going through her body.
How much? Where's the science?
Who's
got the burden?
I started by saying if we pretended that it was the defense's burden. Don't try twisting this into me saying that the burden is on the defense. Of course, it's on the states. I'm just saying is in a world where the burden was on them, I would say it does not prove definitively that it could not have been ours.
One man.
That was my point. And
talk about the burden shift issue. that we were both jumping on.
No, and you're right to be chomping about that, because it's asinine for the state to basically pretend that unless the defense's theory holds up, he must be convicted, when there's been zero theory that's been postulated by the prosecution to support a case, and they're the ones who have the burden of proof. So I fully agree with you that this burden shifting, and it's a matter of what they're trying to do is they're trying to convince the jury to have a certain mindset about this whole thing, and that's intentional by the state, that it's like, well, he couldn't prove his innocence, and we know he was there and he lied about it, so he must be guilty, which is so asinine that it's infuriating. But
yes, and that's why we were both jumping, because we're both. I mean, everything's so reversed in this case, because it's like the state is showing all these doubts, right? The defense is actually putting up coherent theories.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very and that burden shift really bothers me. I mean, I think it's, you know, in the book here, talk about burden shifting is a major appellate error, and that is the state is so guilty of doing that. That's that book right there. Go look at the chapter, which is in there about prosecutorial misconduct.
This is by Stephen Gosney here.
Yes, that's right.
And you can find a link to his locals down below.
That's in my locals. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So,
yeah, let me go here. I'll give you the page. And burden shift. It's number 2. They violate number 1 and number 2 just within this one thing. The first is disparaging defendant, defense attorney, or defense theory. To me, there was a disparagement here. Now that's a little bit of a taller order, I would say, but you can read that on page 228. On 231 is all about burden shifting, and that is a major reversible error on the part of the state. What they're doing, they're saying, so the defense theory, demonstrate the defense theory, which is a straw man, and then show me why that's wrong. But it's not. It's a burden shift to say this. The defense has to prove anything. To say so what they're trying to imply here is that if the defense's theory is wrong, then we are right. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Precisely.
It's a little fuzzy, but you know, again,
it's so frustrating. I don't think either of you gentlemen were here.
But there was no objection,
right? Which means it's waived, and that's the problem here. Is that the defense is not objecting on those 3 key things. They need to be objecting on appellate issues. Some of the things like hearsay, those are, and leading. Those are the only reason they're doing that is because the judge is sustaining those objections. Right. But the ones that matter are the ones like burden shift, because that is an appellate issue. Though you hope there's not going to be an appeal here, because if you appeal, that means he's got convicted.
Right. But you know what? Even when you make the objection, you could say, objection. The duty of the burden of proof is on the state, and they're trying to burden shift. And you phrase it like that just to be as a reminder to the jury, just by making the objection, even if you're overruled. And it's not. I know you're not supposed to do speaking objections, but that's enough of an objection. I think you can get away with something like that without it being called a speaking objection. Just as as you're saying, it's a burden shifting. That this is a big deal, and that the jury should bear in mind that the entire burden here is on the state. It's not bad to keep planting in them.
And I do argue with passion, and some people take that wrong. But I think it was you were saying, maybe it was somebody was saying that the first thing I would do if I was going to cross this guy, the first thing I'd say is, okay, so how much are you getting paid by the state? Okay, how much you got? And I said, now you're a state employee. Tell me, who bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt between the defense and the state? Who's the burden of proof? And that burden of proof is what? What's the articulable standard? Beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. All right, so that's the state standard. Now, what you're saying, now explain.
I mean,
to
he's
me,
a criminal justice PhD, right? That's part of his expertise. You can certainly ask him those questions.
Yeah.
So then the next thing is I'd say, okay, now that you've answered that question, demonstrate for me what exactly the state is alleging happened, because I'm confused. So, so is it, and then he also said, now, is it possible? You're saying that this could not have happened 0%, but then you said that we can't determine it. So if it's 0%, that means it did not happen.
Yeah.
So are you saying it did not happen, or that it's this? You can't say it for sure. So but now who bears the burden again?
Spot on. This is the witness that instead of allowing him to kibosh your case, you use it to basically kibosh. You can twist him into kiboshing the state's case by pointing out, by using him as the exhibit, as how they do not have anywhere near beyond reasonable doubt established their case, and stop fixating on what our theory is. Instead, let's fixate on what the state's theory is and how they have no theory, and accordingly, is there any better theory than what we have? And not that it's, and at the very least, is this not at least as reasonable as whatever ridiculous theory you're coming up with?
But he said he had 0% confidence in that angle. That means it did not happen that way.
Yeah.
I would have nailed him on that. It's like you're saying 0% in the sled determination, and then he said, like, I don't know why they measure these angles. What a freaking idiot!
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know why.
That is, like,
I'm a
I don't
crime
know
expert.
why.
I don't know why.
Expert.
When it sucks and it's useless, it sucks and it's useless. I don't know why they're even measuring it. Why are we even here?
Why are we here? What do you do? Oh, but we can determine with a scientific fact that that's the same gunfire that 300 blackout. Get lost. Very incredible. And then this guy really agitated me because he's so wrong on so many regards, but he thinks he knows what he's talking about because he's got a PhD in criminal. My master's in criminal justice had nothing to do with the things that he was talking about, that he was opining on from his experience about, impact on racial minorities, of different policies of police. That has nothing to do with trajectories into the head of shotgun shells. He's not the expert for that. Anyway, you get me going.
Hmm.
A rant. That was a rant. Was that a rant? Does that qualify?
Yeah, that qualifies.
Okay, good.
I'll label it the Gosling rant.
But Griffin needs to be manhandling this guy.
Yeah, he's way too passive to me.
It's very important because this guy could turn the case for the state if he doesn't.
You can see the difference in energy between the state attorney general, who just showed up for the first time, and Griffin, who's been doing this trial for 6 weeks now.
We got a little Gosling
Not
ring
kidding.
here.
I'm still talking about the quail pen. You remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not remember, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report, take a look at it. We don't, it's already in evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury, and if that's consistent with your understanding of how high that is.
4 foot 2 inches.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And did you inspect when you were out there? Did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
And did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did. Yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the new sled laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But are you being compensated for your time?
I am. Yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours. But I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that, Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have.
Now we can do math?
Roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay.
And
So
what's
you've
the
made
answer?
$7,500, $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
10 to 20,000.
He's just doing this out of the goodness of his heart.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please.
That aw shucks good old boy stuff doesn't work when it comes to
think it's
science.
the right number. Yeah.
You know, oh, look at me, aren't I charming? But
So
how much
this
is
is
science?
from Mr. Sutton, and it's got,
Isn't that
let's just
incentive to
focus on
lie
the
that you're gonna
angle
raise your rates?
going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay, but and the quail pen's 4 feet. The defect in the quail pen's 4 feet 2 inches off the ground, and according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees.
4 feet.
Is that consistent?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is, roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect. I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cents or a quarter, one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Who cares?
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun if you had confidence in the angle.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the distance, did he move a shell case, and did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7.4, 6.4, 4.4 person, the muzzle's going to be at a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Keep going. Don't
keep going. Don't give that up. Keep pressing that point.
Gosh.
Now, on this Faro, and Faro is the SLED does Faro work, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology in scanning and getting measurements.
It is the new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be about right in here? Can you see that?
Dead arm walking? No.
What
What the hell is that?
On this angle? Excuse me, on this.
Never heard of that.
And I'll give you a. Thought I would.
I believe it's right here.
Right there at the end of the structure.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Looks like Lackluster's got a new video.
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure.
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math.
No, sir, and I saw.
Whenever you want. Clearly, you don't know the law. You need to go back to the little school, buddy.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. On Halloween in 2022, Mr. Crew was driving to work and found himself behind Officer Cole Montez of the Michigan State Police. During that time, Officer Montez was observed committing a series of traffic infractions, including crossing the lanes of oncoming traffic, driving through the double yellows, speeding, and more speeding. So much speeding that the officer had now put a total of 31 seconds between their vehicles. A few moments pass, and Mr. Crew catches up to Officer Montez as he signals a right turn and slows down. But as Mr. Crew changes lanes and passes him, the officer pulls back into traffic and initiates a traffic stop.
You're not fucking look what you're doing or what? Jesus. Idiot.
Now pulled over to the side of the road, Officer Montez approaches Mr. Crew's vehicle.
Roll this window down for me. This one right here. Roll that one down for me. So I can see in the back. It's tinted, sir. So if there's not somebody in the back with a shotgun pointing at my face. What do you mean? What do I need? Yeah. Okay, so I'm stopping you for a couple of reasons, okay? So when you were behind me, you used your signal to change lanes.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I got it on dash cam. I got you on dash cam going over 75 down this road right here.
Yeah, and you're right behind me doing about 72.
You're not allowed to speed, just like I'm not allowed to speed.
I'm exempt from
No, you're not. Only in emergency circumstances. I actually know that, though.
Yeah. Can I have your license?
Okay.
No emergency, no speed. That's how that works.
Okay. Where'd you get your law degree at, man?
Where'd you get yours? Because clearly you don't know it.
I don't have a law degree.
Sure.
Where do you have it to? Okay, you still living on Stone? Yep. All right. Is anything in the car? Nope. You don't carry a pistol at all? A what? A pistol? You don't carry any weapons? There's your doogie. Grab bag with you.
Mr. Crew has every right to be upset, as his dashcam shows he used his signal, and that there was no possible way that Officer Montez could have been pacing him, which is why it is so important to have a dashcam running at all times. For my recommendations, check out the links in the description. Officer Montez spends about 5 minutes writing out his citation, and then returns to Mr. Crew.
Shows on a map where you were and how fast you were going. Gotcha. Well, that makes sense, Trevor.
Where's your ID back? Here's your ticket. Only write you for 10 over.
Your radar wasn't on.
Well, I didn't do it with radar. I paced it.
And I'll be talking to your supervisor about you speeding, see what he has to think about that. Now go ahead and clarify for me. You said you have a special exemption to speed whenever you want.
Can you get that ticket so I can explain it to you?
No, I don't need to explain that.
Why is that?
Because I don't need you to explain anything to me because clearly you don't know the law. You need to go back to your little school, buddy. Get a couple more weeks in and get a refresher course because this is bull.
Yep, you got 14 days to take care of that, okay?
I got 14 days to take care of it. Back to you.
Great, yeah.
After the stop, it appears Officer Montez spent nearly an hour running Mr. Crew through their database. None of the officer's other traffic stops were studied with such vigor. Mr. Crew contested the ticket, and the prosecutor offered a quite lovely deal of 0 to 5 miles over instead of the 10 to 15 miles per hour over that Officer Montez had cited him for. Despite having video evidence to prove he wasn't speeding, the deal would prevent his license from being hit by a 5-point penalty. Keep in mind that fleeing or eluding an officer, DUIs, and negligent homicide is only a 6-point penalty, and that is why most people plead out and take a lesser charge, even when they are innocent. But Mr. Crew didn't, and upon refusing the deal, another prosecutor was attached to the case. The Michigan State Police then dragged their heels on releasing the body cam and dash cam footage, and despite being told that the dash cam footage would have GPS info on it to help determine his own and the trooper's speed, Mr. Crew alleges that it appears cropped to omit the information. Once it was reviewed, the prosecutor declined the case case, dismissing the citation. Mr. Crew has submitted supplementary records requests, but at the time of writing this, he has not heard back from the department. He has also filed a complaint against the officer. But before you go, I want to stress that you film all of your interactions with law enforcement and other
Okay.
government officials. I get multiple messages a day from viewers alleging police misconduct, but often, because they weren't recording, it's their word alone against the officer's testimony. I have a list of dash cams linked in the description, costing between high and low based on your needs. Most of them are plug and play and easy to set up on your own, but if you can't get one, use your phone. Not only is it your right to record these interactions, but your video may be your only evidence. Be sure to head over to Cataclysm to let Mr. Crew know I sent you. He should be posting updates on this fairly soon. Thanks for watching. If you have a video, use the submit link in the description or pinned comment. If you enjoyed this one, subscribe and hit the bell for future content, and check out our other channels, Lady Lackluster and The Odd Side. Remember to like, share, and leave a comment about what you think of this interaction. It's the easiest way for you to help expose corruption and misconduct. Merchandise is available using the links below. Join the Lackluster family for just $1. If you'd like to further support the channel, get a Lack logo next to your name, custom emotes, and early access to videos. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All links are down below.
There's a chance that this was created in a lab. There's an investigation.
A chance?
Well, but
oh my
if there was
God.
evidence, I'd love to hear it.
There's
I just don't know.
a novel respiratory coronavirus overtaking Wuhan, China. What do we do? Oh, you know who we could ask? The Wuhan novel respiratory coronavirus lab.
That could very well be, and Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins at NIH have said, like, it should definitely be investigated.
Many months later.
The Department of Energy released a new report saying a lab leak is the most likely origin of the COVID-19 pandemic. No. Bad energy department. No biolabs until you finish building your electric car charging stations. Stay in your lane.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and Stephen Colbert might be maybe the most insufferable man on TV. He has completely sold his soul, if he ever had one, in order to back kind of
used to be funny.
Mainstream messaging. Oh, I'm back on my office. Hold on. Hey, it's been a while since I've been back in front of my office, but yesterday we kind of had a pretty big bombshell report where the United States Department of Energy had come out and said, hey, you know, that thing that, liberal media has been saying that you literally can't say, and that you can't possibly, believe. And if you do believe it, you're the worst person on the planet. And if you, if you do speak it online, you should be banned. It's really bizarre. Let me, when you spend enough time on the internet like I do, and like many of you do, I wonder if you're noticing the same thing. And by the way, there's something going on with my YouTube channel. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly not recommending my videos as often to my subscribers. But if you haven't yet subscribed, please do subscribe down below and turn notifications on. Hopefully that will right itself soon. But have you noticed kind of the shift from talking about Ukraine to now talking about China again? We had TikTok banned. Then now suddenly the left is like, oh, yeah, it's definitely curious that this leak theory, it looks like maybe there's some truth to it. 6 months ago, they called you all conspiracy theorists if you thought that, or racist, or all sorts of other terrible things. Because that's what the left does. You should be banned. You should be. Now suddenly you had Cenk Uygur come out and say, "Oh yeah, maybe that's just a thing." Then you see Colbert having a total meltdown. This is from Tom Elliott. Well, I should probably follow him as a credit. Stephen Colbert attacks the Department of Energy for its investigation, finding the coup likely came from a lab.
Hey.
Quote, stay in your
I got
lane.
like 2 for Monday. Did we have any yet for
shipping
Synchrad for Monday?
That's the wrong article.
All right, I got two names I'm gonna send you.
Stay in your lane. And, of course, this is what they say. It's like, wait a minute, I've been gaslighting my viewers for the past 3 years, telling him that, oh, it's just a weird coinky dink. By the way, a lot of this stuff was funded by Americans too. You know, if you want a black pill, there you have it.
Yeah.
But stay in your lane. He has a whole his whole
probably
monologue is about whining and complaining about this. And then
Really?
of course, Stephen Colbert ripped for willful rejection of reality after
Awesome.
taunting the Energy Department and their report on where the coup perhaps came from. It's
I just
funny
hate
how,
the
like,
part of it.
all these nighttime hosts who are supposedly free thinkers and all this kind of stuff, they all got right in lockstep. We're going to get into that in a minute. Late Show host Stephen Colbert was ripped on Twitter after he ridiculed a bombshell report from the Energy Department assessing where the coup came from, of course, originating in a laboratory. Colbert was accused of mischaracterizing and downplaying the Wall Street Journal
Did you
report
realize he could be charged
on
just
the
for saying
classified
that?
documents during his Monday Night Show monologue. Well, there it is. Blah blah blah. We just said that. If you're like me, I just showed you that. Stay in your lane, Colbert. So, Outkick sports reporter Ian Miller said the monologue illustrates Colbert's endless, willful rejection of reality. It's impossible for people like Colbert to accept information that means Fauci and their other political allies lied to the public. There is an endless.
So what's
willful
if I run into that
rejection of reality
Chandrea
to protect
person?
their ideology of undeserved sense of self-importance.
If anything, I mean, we just
Several
put
Twitter
it down
users
as
poked fun at Colbert's suggestion of the Energy Department, quote, stay in their lane. When Colbert tells the Energy Department to stay in their lane, what he actually means is, you're on our team, don't you ever say anything to make us look bad again.
All right.
Fox News contributor and New York Post columnist Carl Mankiewicz tweeted, you see, of course, Dr. Colbert wants the Department of Energy to stay in his lane. This, of course, after promoting the poke endlessly, demanding Americans get it. And look, again, I have no opinion on that. You do what you feel is best for your body. But, I think that it's pretty hypocritical from a guy that has been endlessly promoting this thing to suddenly be, saying, well, this information's good, but this information's actually not good. Media critic and Fox News contributor Joe Contra suggested that Colbert's comments reminded him of when the comedian was more political when President Trump was in office. Vintage Colbert, not at all in a good way. Washington Examiner reporter Jerry Dunleavy noted how the liberal comedian omitted how other intelligence agencies, including FBI, if I remember right from that report, also had a low confidence in their belief that it occurred naturally. Notice how Colbert emphasizes that the Energy Department has a low confidence in the leak, brings up the NIC and 4 other agencies learning natural origin, but doesn't mention that it only has low confidence. Doesn't mention at all that the moderate confidence is the FBI leak, he tweeted. Funny Colbert didn't tell Jon Stewart to stay in his lane when he said the very same thing about the Energy Department a year ago on his show, Washington Free Beacon. Editor Brent Shear wrote, I mean, this is exactly it. I mean, this is, you go here, Jon Stewart recounts angry backlash. Jon Stewart is as liberal as they get, right? Like a super lib, right? And his own side absolutely torched him for even suggesting that this was a thing. Called him all sorts of things, conspiracy theorists and all this kind of stuff, for just having an opinion, for perhaps considering that maybe this happened. Former Daily Show host Jon Stewart recalled being stunned by liberal anger toward him Monday when he espoused the theory that it began with a perhaps leak. Upon news of the Department of Energy's assessment that that is indeed likely to be the case, Stewart discussed his memorable June 2021 appearance on The Late Show with his friend Colbert, where he said it was a clear explanation for the pandemic. During his conversation with staffers from the Apple show The Problem, Stewart recalled receiving heavy criticism from the left. His assertion that it could have leaked from the lab. First of all, I wasn't waiting on the Department of Energy to weigh in on this, Stewart said. A larger problem is all of this inability to discuss things that are within the realm of possibility without falling into absolutes and litmus testing each other for our own political allegiances that arose from that. My bigger problem was that I thought it was a pretty good bit that I expressed kind of how I felt, and the other two things came out of The only two things that came out of it was that I was racist against Asian people and how dare I align myself with the alt-right. I mean, these are your people, right? The backlash was swift and immediate and quite loud. And again, I didn't take that personally. Why would you? Like, we live in a world where I have my opinions. I'm not mad at the backlash either because they're doing what I'm doing, expressing themselves. Stewart then laid out his objections to his critics, who argued that he took an all or nothing perspective. That part I don't like about absolutes is it's dismissive, like, F you, I'm done with you. I'll never forgive you, you've crossed an unforgivable line, blah, 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 blah. Stewart joked that he might as well have put Hillary for prison on his head because after his remarks on the show, people labeled him a Republican. The former late night show host often discusses politics. There's no doubt that, Jon Stewart is a lefty. Like, that's obvious. Colbert is like a whole nother level. And then you could see Comedy Central's Hassan Minhaj then goes after the Department of Energy also for investigating the lab theory, saying, I'm holding out until the DMV chimes in. Again, they do oversee biolabs. They're just pretending that they have absolutely no credibility. They're like, oh, well, it's the Department of Energy. There's no way this could possibly, you shouldn't listen to this, except, the FBI also agrees with them and other agencies agree with them. So you have Hassan Minhaj doing it. And then you see, if you're wondering, Jimmy Kimmel made no reference to the Department of Energy's leaked report, despite having previously called this a conspiracy theory. So you had Jimmy Kimmel going out of his way to ignore it. You had Colbert having an absolute meltdown about it. Hassan Minhaj getting right in line and passing on the government propaganda. And, at the end of the day, it's like, why does this have to be about political sides? Like, it sure would be nice if this was just like, hey, we're all Americans here. We've all been, damaged by this all around the world. I feel like it's a completely reasonable thing to want to know where this thing came from and, what can be done about it. And if there needs to be any, retribution for it. But mainstream media doesn't want that. They want to call you all sorts of things. And it's been interesting to watch the cope since yesterday's report. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you leave a like on it. And if you haven't yet, subscribe down below. There's definitely something weird going on with my channel, and I could use your help. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
It's not weird. It's just banning, shadow banning.
Russell Brand, see it first on Rumble. Jeremy, what is the Mosul orb? And tell us, is this a particularly significant sighting?
Yeah, it's really significant that it was able to be seen by the public. So let me be very abundantly clear. There are these orbs, these spheres. You said Foo Fighters, which all the way back to World War II, you have these metallic spheres that are traversing our restricted or war zone or combat areas. And what happens is, for all of these decades, none of them ever have come out from military film until now. I was able to obtain this image, which, by the way, was from a classified briefing about UFOs, or what they call UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena. That's the true definition now. And I was able to obtain it and release it. And this image is the first time the world is ever seeing one of these UAP from a conflict zone. Now, why is this important? People were laughing when I said it about a year ago until they start understanding that it's true, which is that we sometimes shoot at these unknowns. We shoot at them, but not just us. We also know that Russia and Syria fire upon the same units, the same objects, which means it's not theirs. So whose is it? Now, this image, the Mosul orb, is from northern Iraq. Luckily, I was able to obtain it and release it. But here's the deal. It is from within a classified briefing. What was that classified briefing? That classified briefing, which was authored by a man named Jay Stratton, who ran the UFO programs for the United States for a while. He put it in there to educate pilots and aviators and our war fighters. Hey, this is what we're seeing. This is one of those UFOs. You should and can report it. We're not going to call you cuckoo. We get it. We see it on radar. We want to know more about it, because if we shoot at these in conflict zones and we don't know whose they are, we could misidentify and have a fight between two countries because we're shooting at UFOs. This happens on a daily basis. Our pilots are seeing these orbs. Now, they're also pyramid in shape. They're also cubes with spherical auras, which is reported by pilots. So what you're seeing is an image they don't want you to see. It's from a video. They don't want you to see it. So the Pentagon is sitting there right now like, what do I do? Jeremy just released an image. We know it is from a classified briefing. It is of a UFO, and we designated UFO, and it's in a classified briefing. What do we do? Are we honest to the public? That's what they're thinking. So right now, Susan Go, who's a woman who's the spokesperson at the Pentagon, is trying to figure out what to say. And right now she says, I have nothing for you. I mean, she says that to mainstream media. She says that to independent journalists. Well, they do got something for you. They got a 4-second video that they can release to the American global public. So I'm pushing, trying to put gasoline back onto this fire and make sure that they try to put out in the right way to the American and global public what this is. This is a UFO, man, straight up. They've made sure it's not a balloon. They made sure it's not a satellite. If you ever see the video, which I hope you do, it moves from the right side of your screen to the left. It is under intelligent control, and it is not ours. It is not China's. It is not Russia's. This is not a balloon. This is an intelligent controlled machine that is advanced, and we don't know who it's from.
Jeremy, do you ever wonder what the philosophical and ideological impact will be of meaningful contact? Do you assume, as many experts in your field have over the last 50 years, that contact between non-terrestrial entities and deep state officials has been ongoing? I feel that in order to ensure that people appreciate how significant this story is, it's important to bring to the forefront that we're talking about something that will alter our perspective of reality, our perspective of cosmology, geography, epistemology. Our understanding of knowledge and history has to alter. If we've been in regular, continual contact with UFOs, all of this is of course speculative. How could it be otherwise? But the possibility that human evolution has been impacted, influenced, even directed. Some of those theories about that we're living in a simulation start to have a different kind of grounding. We'll start with this, Jeremy. How deep do you envisage this contact goes? You know, when you say the Pentagon don't want people to see the Mosul orb, what do you imagine's in those vast nowhere hangars? What do you imagine is the kind of contact they've had? What do you think Reagan meant when he said at the screening of Close Encounters, there's only a few people in the room that know how real this stuff is? How deep do you think the contact has gone? And do you think it influences events here?
Right. So I don't need to believe, I don't have the luxury of disbelief about this. You know, it is my job to speak with people in different levels of government and the military and pilots. And, you know, look, man, I don't have the luxury of disbelief. I know for certain, and it has been proved to me beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have full intact craft and machines that we have been trying to reverse engineer. And I'll just say it, man, these machines, they're not from here. Whoever built these appear to be a non-human intelligence. Now, where they're from, because the word extraterrestrial means just not from Earth, but also the word alien. You know, what is alien? Alien is anything that is alien to us, right? So I know for certain that there have been limited comms or communications with whoever these builders, we'll just call them occupants or builders of these craft are. Now, are we being told the truth when we've had these comms with these builders or occupants, right? And that I have no idea. How could I possibly know? But I do know that we have reverse engineering exploitation programs for non-terrestrial technology, and I have brought forward witnesses. I brought forward witnesses publicly as well as privately. I brought witnesses forward. So within government, people know who they are. And I will be bringing a lot more people forward that have actually worked on these technologies, verified, bona fide, no mystery. They've been part of these reverse engineering SAPs, special access programs. So look, man, it's happening. Now, what is the implication of this? And that's the huge question you just asked. You know, how could I possibly know? I know for me, I feel like I have a right to know, a need to know, and a personal duty to find out. But I also believe the global public has too. Look at it this way. If our universe, if the fabric of our reality, if the nature and the topography of what we understand to be real is vastly different than what we are being told, and that is known by certain parties, from mathematics and physics and material science to just the idea that we are not alone in the universe, and not only that, but we have had contact for a long durational period. Maybe we can't trust those we've had contact with. That's a big deal. Now, the reason for the secrecy, dude, this is like so obvious once you really grasp it. It's so simple. This technology can be weaponized. We're talking about weapons of mass destruction. The actual propulsion system in these craft are gravitational. If anybody can catch up with the material science to making these materials, which you would need atomic layering in a zero gravity environment, if we were able to replicate that, let's say China does, let's say Russia does, all of a sudden what happens is that country has an advantage beyond anything that has ever occurred in the history of humankind. So this is being taken very seriously by people within our Defense Department. I can attest to that personally, that I know that to be true. This is not a fringe topic. This is classified at the highest level of national security within your government, within my government. Now, we got some goodies, and we're trying to work on them. But the big question is, how does it change humanity? How does it change the way that we interact with our family? How does it change the way that we prioritize our jobs, our work, what we do with our life? Once we learn that we are part of a bigger ecosystem, a cosmic ecosystem, and that distance and space and time is irrelevant to travel, it changes the way that we deal with fossil fuels. It changes the way that we deal with our basic understanding of interfacing through electronics and communications. It changes everything, and it changes it now. We are slow to grow. That is true about humanity. We are slow to grow. But the thing is, we're smart, we're capable, and we do grow. It's time they open the books on the UFO topic.
You know that if you change our understanding of sort of, I don't know if you call it post-Newtonian physics, our understanding of distance, space, time, velocity, the way that this gravity-based propulsion system suggests that we could do, then I suppose you have to similarly examine the worldviews and philosophies that have grown out of the scarcity and limitation-based ideals that are underrated by that, like the temporal ideology, time is limited and linear, you know, those sort of, obviously some of Einstein, or the theory of relativity challenges that space is a sort of an absolute commodity, but there are things in quantum physics that query that, about sort of objects traveling beyond the speed of light, for example, or, you know, the objects might not be right when you're talking about sort of quantum phenomena. So it seems then, I wonder what, it becomes difficult to envisage what the ideologies and philosophies of a species of beings that are able to operate at that level might be, and suggests to me, at least, Jeremy, that they might regard us more like flora and fauna rather than peers, that we'd be more, we're in ant farm territory rather than, you know, shared members of some space council. And I am reminded of the sort of thing Neil deGrasse Tyson sort of said when he was on our show, but I know he says it a lot, 'cause it's pretty cool. If we're 2% smart, if the 2% difference between us and chimps represents all of culture as we understand it, a 2% more advanced species than us would have, just 2% would have access to ideas that we can't even conceive of. I suppose that's why in our conversation we have to continually move between what's demonstrably true, even though those aspects of this story are, you know, any area where you're not getting involved in speculation and conjecture is you have to be a little more disciplined in the conversation. But I'm accustomed, much like their machinery, to move from the quantum realm to the cosmic realm, to move between, well, if this is true, then what does that mean? If this is true, what does that mean? Because that's what fascinates me. I suppose your relationship with Bob Lazar must be super significant to you, because he's a person that's been in this space for a long time. Like some I suppose most people that are fans of our channel, members of our community, will be familiar with him. But my understanding is that Bob Lazar was a sort of an independent engineer that was asked to work on some recovered technology, and and had to sign all the usual stuff that you might imagine, and has subsequently gone on to speak at length. And there's a lot of, I've seen a very successful video with you and Rogan and Bob Lazar talking about, is he legit? Is he the real deal? And I know that you believe he is, and I believe he is. And I wonder how significant his contribution is to this conversation, and how his contribution alters with these recent spate of revelations.
Sure. So let's talk about Bob Lazar, but I want to touch upon the first thing you said. We're living in a data-rich environment, but we're like data poor in the way that we see it. We look at it. The scientific community, even our friend Neil deGrasse Tyson, has made statements where we realize, oh man, they really got to catch up. They're not exposed to the data. I see Congress and Senate not having as good briefings as George Knapp and I do as journalists, and that's concerning. That's real concerning. So the first thing you talked about was, what's the intent? We an ant farm, let's go real dark to real light, then we'll get to Bob Lazar. The real dark is, look, man, when we got cattle, what do? Do we treat them poorly from their perspective, or do we feed them, give them water, make sure they're healthy with antibiotics? But they're a commodity to us. That's just the truth about, meat industry here in the United States and beyond. So the dark version is, oh man, yeah, they're taking real good care of us because we're some sort of commodity, right? Then the other side, the lighter side is, hey man, they've been here a long time. This is obviously some sort of reconnaissance program or some sort of thing where there is interest with human consciousness and these, beings, these non-terrestrial beings that seem to build and operate these craft. So it's kind of like pick your poison. Who you are will really reflect in your answer, right? It's like the evidence shows us that they've been here a long time. But how you answer what you think the intent is, it's all speculation. We know UFOs are real. We know they're made by somebody, not from here. But what they're doing here, it'll reveal more about us than it will about them. Now, whatever that truth is, let's move on. Bob Lazar. For those of your audience who don't know who Bob Lazar is, I think the best way to learn about him is just watch the documentary I made on him, because I tried to humanize him, because he is a human, first of all. And second of all, because people would dismiss what Bob Lazar said by attacking who he is, by attacking his persona, his individualism. And that's a real mistake. That's actually a very dangerous mistake when you can't separate the message from the messenger, what it is that we know from what it is that we think. So Bob Lazar was tasked by the United States military in 1989 to reverse engineer a propulsion system that was non-terrestrial. It was from a spaceship. It was absolutely from a disc style spaceship. He called it the sport model. He had cute little nicknames for all of them. I have proved that he worked out at Area 51. I have talked to other employees that saw him go there and get off the bus and drive down to S4, which is the name of the building where he worked in on these non-terrestrial technologies. We had 9 intact craft. This is fact, whether people want to believe it or not. It doesn't change the fact. You got to wrap your head around that reality ain't what it used to be. We now know it's true. So Bob Lazar is kind of like a whistleblower, except he did so because he was fearful for his life. Because at the time, and I see it up to this day, by the way, I see it up to this day. Witnesses that have come forward to me are threatened, and they are threatened by people that are within special groups within government. And we're not standing for that anymore. That's why Congress and Senate did this Whistleblower Protection Act. So how significant is Bob Lazar, and how does it relate to what we're seeing in the news? Bob Lazar is probably the most central, significant person when it comes to the public knowing about our government, our military, reverse engineering, alien spaceship from other worlds. That's Bob Lazar. That's what he did, and George Knapp brought him forward. Now, today what we're seeing, man, George Knapp and I said, very beginning, when you see these shoot downs where the United States pops a balloon with a missile, by the way, they didn't even hit its center, it was down to the right. Whatever. When you see that on national TV, what are you really seeing? Those balloons have been around forever. If we really cared about secrecy within the United States, so no exploitation from China, doing this kind of reconnaissance, we would worry about our cell phones much more than we're worrying about a floating balloon that we shoot with a missile on national television. And then we get all these other shoot downs. Oh, can't find the debris. I'll just tell you, these are not UFOs. These are balloons, and this is all theater. Everything you're seeing from the mass media is absolute theater, other than when I do an interview with knowledge on like CNN or something, because I fight for that. I make sure the truth is being brought out. So Bob Lazar gave us the basics. And then from there now, you're seeing this kind of sleight of hand thing going on the surface level. But underneath the surface, there are people very interested to hear from people like Bob Lazar, who know the names of the programs, who had hands-on experience, and who actually worked on these things unsuccessfully because we don't have the material science. But that is also happening in tandem right now, is good people, patriotic people, are trying to find out what's up with UFOs.
Took on a life of it. So, but you know, you can talk about, hey, I'm going to get in a boxing ring and box Mike Tyson on Friday night, and that you can talk all till Thursday. Friday evening before the fight, you're going to start thinking to yourself, you know, I made a mistake here. How do I get out of this?
Hey, mommy, can you help with this one?
Yeah, I'm faking an injury. I twisted my ankle.
Well, Garland Nixon has been my guest, radio talk show host, political analyst, and he's a must follow on Twitter. If you're not already.
We're not doing it if their stream is going to be fucked up.
It was like, imagine, you know, in the South, you have pollen in the springtime and your car is green.
Yeah.
That was yesterday
was.
in North Texas, but brown.
Yeah.
And it was not
was
healthy
strange.
breathing. Ugh.
No, it was strange. It was really strange. And you really felt it. Like I saw the posts and like, wow, they're saying that it's really bad air quality. And then you have an issue with breathing. You start going, hey, so you're all clogged up. I guess it is in the air. Thank you.
But that's weird. That one.
I went ahead had they finished up on the doors here at the studio, I probably would have just closed them, and that'd have been okay.
Yeah.
But then, even if I'd have done that, it wouldn't have done any good because, you know, the air conditioning was on. Not much, but it was on. So hopefully it would filter out the bad air.
Very gross. It was like
it was bad.
You know, however they measure the particles in the air.
Oh yeah, the pictures were awesome. And I mean, you go outside and it's all over your automobiles everywhere. Yeah, it was really bad, no question.
But I'm sure it's just normal that one part of the country would have a white haze, white film on all of their stuff, and another part of the country have a brown film.
Well, it's coming across the
same time. Yeah. No, it went east before it got west. No, the two different things. What?
888-900-3393 is the phone number. Trucker Tuesday. Trucker Tuesday.
I like it.
Thank you. I want to hear from you.
If you just drove off the road from hearing that, I'm so sorry. Might want to pull that down a little bit.
We used to have do not. Don't you dare.
Martin.
Don't you dare. In fact, I want
tried,
that spot slid up a little bit up.
I tried, y'all. When you have a heart attack and you careen off the side of the road, you can blame Jeff Fisher and Martin Garcia.
That's fine. We used to drive. I've told the story. My friend used to have the train horn up underneath his pickup truck.
Oh, yes.
Oh, man. You want to see some people jump now.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's not fun, and it's mean, and I tried to tell him, stop it.
Did you?
Stop it. You're mean.
Did you do that, really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I did.
At one point.
And then he would use it, and I found myself laughing, and I was mad at myself for being mean. You'd make that U-turn. He'd go, watch this. He'd make a U-turn. There'd be a lady sitting on a bus stop, and he'd blow that train horn. She was freaking blow that train horn. I know. That's what I said. It was mean.
Which is why you want to do it to the
I
audience.
told him, stop. Stop it. That thing was so loud. That was loud, man. I borrowed his truck once, and I pulled up into I was using it to obviously, you know, why you borrow people's trucks is because you want to move something and you don't have a truck. So I pulled up in front of my in-laws' house in the driveway, and they all came walking out, you know, down the driveway. And my son goes, "Hey, can I push the horn?" And I was like, "Yeah, go ahead." And it was every person in the driveway, I think, jumped like 10 feet in the air, man. It was so loud. It bounced off the garage and came back. It was so loud. And they were happy about it. They were excited about it, man. They were so mad. So if you're a person that has a train horn underneath your vehicle, don't use it like that. That is not nice. It's mean. And I won't have it. Won't have it. Just saying. I want to thank everyone. And again, it's Trucker Tuesday, 888-900-3393. Love to hear from you. I have a number of questions for you. And I want to see how it's going out there on the roads. And I also want to thank everyone, the 8 million people who tagged me on social media, who sent me emails to chewingthefat@theblaze.com, which you can do at any time, by the way. That's how the internet works. About the Saginaw man who got arrested after calling 911 on a woman who wouldn't go through with a sex act. Okay? I got it. I got it. Okay? Thank you. So it's a fascinating story. And I'm talking about Saginaw, Michigan, which, by the way, Saginaw, Michigan, right here.
Right there.
Saginaw is part of the Tri-Cities.
Oh, it's nice.
It's Saginaw Bay City, Midland. A Saginaw man found himself in jail. The 34-year-old man placed a call at 7:52 a.m. on Saturday, this past Saturday, requesting police to his residence in the 2100 block of Brockway Street. I have in my old neck of the woods in Saginaw, Michigan. It's in that area. I mean, I traversed that area many times. He requested the police because, according to the police department, the man said he paid a woman $10 for a sex act, and she reneged on the deal. What are you going to do? You're pissed? She won't give you your money back? You call the police.
$10.
Well, I think there was just more to it than the $10. But the 24-year-old woman was still there when the police arrived, and there was no physical altercation altercation going on. So they went ahead and arrested both of them. One on a misdemeanor charge of accosting. Okay. Accosting. I know. Accosting and solicitation.
What are you in for? Accosting?
Accosting. Oh, okay. And then she was arrested and charged with prostitution. Now, the thing is that the weird thing about that, where you think, well, why were they fighting over a measly $10? And was there more to the story? Well, there absolutely was, because they were both already out on bond for prior home invasion felonies. So it's more than just the prostitution thing going on with the $10. They obviously were, robbing people and had a fight over that. But anyway, thank you for the story from Saginaw, Michigan. I got it. I got it.
She may have been doing him a favor if it was only a $10 transaction there.
Well, I mean, it's possible. It's possible that happened. It's possible that happened. Al, my first trucker on Trucker Tuesday. Welcome to Pat Grant Unleashed. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
I am so good. It's embarrassing. I could go on and tell you how good I am, but I don't want to embarrass you or myself any more than we already have. What's happening out there on the roads?
Hey, man, just trucking down the highway, keeping America moving, baby.
You guys, awesome. Unless you're in front of me and won't move, then otherwise I'm pissed at you. But other than that, I love you. So what do you haul? You're in Missouri?
Yes, sir. I haul aerospace aluminum.
I love aerospace aluminum. So did you truck that out of Missouri then?
Yeah.
And where do you take that? Do you take that to Texas, Florida, and I think Arizona has a big aerospace thing going on too, right?
We deliver basically just regional, Chicago, Indianapolis, Memphis, Tennessee, stuff like that.
So are they day trips for you?
I'm out of town probably a couple nights a week.
I bet you're happy about that.
If you could say one thing, Al, to regular motorists who are driving in their passenger vehicles, what's the one message you would like to impart to those listening?
give us a little bit of room. I mean, seriously, I mean, I wish every person who drove a car or a pickup truck, whatever, could take a CDL class and actually know what truck drivers have to deal with.
Right.
I mean, my family, my fiance, everybody always tells me this time of year when the weather's bad, hey, be careful out there, be careful. And it's not really us. I mean, truck drivers, we go through a lot of training, and we know what we're doing out here. It's the idiots around us that we got to worry about. I mean, and that's the plain, simple truth of it,
So, are you a subcontractor, or do you work for just a specific company that hauls the goods to where you're at?
Yes, sir. I'm a company driver.
Okay. So, do they have, drug testing, all that stuff for you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. So, one of the things
I get random tested several times a year.
Do you know when it's coming, or can you tell me that?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's random. You get random.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, do you know when it's coming? I know that it's random. I got it.
Yeah.
Does Billy call you on Tuesday and say, "Yo, Al, Thursday, okay? Next Thursday, you take a pee test, bro."
No. I just pull in one day, and my boss walks up and goes, "Hey, man, you got to go down to the clinic." And I'm like, "Cool, no problem."
Got a cup for you.
Only thing they might find is some Budweiser, wild turkey. That's about it.
That's awesome. One of the things, Keith asked about what the one thing that you want to tell other drivers. One of the things that I find interesting is people think that they can just pull in front of you guys and you guys can just stop. Like an automobile.
These trucks, they can stop on a dime.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's awesome.
And see, when I'm not driving a truck, I'm a biker, so I'm on my Harley a lot, and it's the same way when you're on a motorcycle. I mean, it's the same way as when you're driving a truck. You got to watch out for the idiots around you, because, dude, cell phones are the worst invention ever, in my opinion, because I've seen people. I see it all the time. I mean, people are constantly on their phones, and they're just not paying attention to what the hell they're doing.
And I certainly would never take my eyes off the road looking at my phone. That would be wrong, 100% wrong, and illegal, by the way. I would.
Oh yeah.
But
you're only taking those. I think, dude, you have no idea.
Seconds can be a lifetime.
It's
just really, really bad. I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
They used to. I bet you see. They used to here in DFW, and they may do it around the country, and they still may be doing it. But they used to take like a police bus and drive around the highways, and they would take pictures of vehicles, people on their phone, and then have them pulled over for using their phone. Because people would pass the bus not thinking it was the police, but they were on their phone. And
I used to live down there a long time ago.
And where do you live in Missouri, the great state of Missouri? M-I-Z, baby.
I live back up here. This is where I grew up, but I lived in Dallas, Fort Worth for about 25 years.
Yeah, Missouri's a good place to be, though. It's a nice country. All right, Al, before you go, I am in. Let's hear it, bro. Come on.
All right, hold on. Here we go.
All right, that's what I'm saying. Thanks, Al. Take care, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for listening.
I love that.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. So I was reading a story about over 1 million Americans joined the part-time workforce. They claim in December and January. They don't. I mean, that's what they claim. Over 1 million Americans joined the part-time workforce in December and January, and most of them chose the temporary grind over a full-time hustle. That's what the Labor Department wants you to believe. So as of last month, over 22 million part-timers were working fewer than 35 hours per week voluntarily. Compared to just 4 million that wanted full-time hours and couldn't get them. Now, I will say that they aren't looking in DFW, because there are jobs available everywhere. Now they claim
here.
that, of course, early in the pandemic, in this story,
Lots
they
of
talk
jobs,
about
lots
a
of
number
jobs.
of Americans doing part-time work for economic reasons. But that spiked as layoffs rocked the economy. Yeah, because you closed everything down. But they have one guy, they give an example of Ernie Park, who left his full-time job to take an hourly gig and start a family farm. So he didn't just leave. He left his full-time gig, but he didn't just leave it for a part-time job. He left it to become self-employed and start a farm, and he has to have a part-time job to supplement his income for the farm. So they're saying right now is a good time to scoop up some really good salad. Okay. All right, if you say so. I mean, places are laying off people left and right because those places that did actually have jobs. We talked about it yesterday with Amazon, who went crazy during the pandemic because it was okay for them to have employees and be out there delivering products. But now they're like, well, we don't really need all you people, so hit the bricks, take care. So maybe those people are the ones out there voluntarily accepting part-time.
Oh yeah, from what I've heard, Al's a piece of shit. But yeah.
888-900-3393 is the phone number on Trucker Tuesday. Jeff Fisher in for Pat Gray, Keith Malinak here as well. You can tweet the show at Pat Unleashed.
Trash.
But surprise.
Oh, I like surprises. I like them. I love them. I want one.
Okay, so last week or the week before, Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary, you know her, you love her, said that they had plans to give Ukraine.
Probably gonna have to go. I forgot. I got to get one of our doggies some
in her speech. Now, that was
treats.
before we found out that we were going to throw them another $2 billion.
2.5, yeah.
And you keep going up. It's $2 billion.
Well, he did the 500 million, and then whatever. So, but remember, we made the mistake. We tempted fate.
I know.
By saying, "Man, it sure has been a while. It's been a good week."
I thought it was every week. There for that 1 week, there was nothing.
And they were
wrong.
They were loading up, man.
So after this, we get news now that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, as I said, you know her, you love her. She went to Ukraine.
Oh, that's totally normal for the Treasury Secretary to just appear in some other country.
She said, "Hey, we're going to give Ukraine $10 billion." You know what? I need to go over there. I need to go over there and just make sure that everything is in line. And you know what else we need? I need my cut. I need my cut is what's happening. That is freaking embarrassing. Embarrassing. And we're supposed to not notice? It was all for the good of Ukraine. I mean, I'm blinded by the Ukrainian flags flying in my neighborhood, so I understand that. I mean, where I turn, I see it. Our president is right. All across America, Ukrainian flags are flying. So, all right.
I'm just scrolling through here. There's a cursory search. Did a U.S. Secretary of Treasury ever go to Iraq to say, "Hey, have to cut you another check. I just wanted to come over here and let you know about that." I'm not seeing anything.
The answer to that is no. There's no way that happened. Now, and I say no way. Oh yeah, back in 1992, at the beginning of the war of Desert Storm, which I doubt.
No, I'm just looking to see if Afghanistan got a visit from a Treasury Secretary either. Again,
what is she doing
just
over
a
there
quick
except to get her
look.
cut?
Not seeing
I mean,
that.
is flat. Oh, the Treasury Secretary's here. I'll just walk through Kiev Square with her. Take a look.
But then when I do a Treasury Secretary went to Ukraine, ta-da! Here we are. I mean, this is unprecedented.
And it's good that she decided to go over there in the middle of a war zone. Yeah, we're in war. We'll just go to walk around for a little while. I'm the Treasury Secretary. It's unbelievable. And it's
infuriating.
It is. It's just maddening. All right, Marvin is it Arizona or Arkansas? Where are you at?
Arkansas.
It's Arkansas, Jeffy, and my wife still.
That's why I've been having her jump in it whenever I'm doing it at home.
Okay.
So,
no, not that.
I'm sure. Those
I've got to
views.
go with what Al was saying. Yeah, guys in cars, pickups, campers, just give us a little bit more room. We got 18 wheels, but we don't have 18 sets of brakes. It's not going to stop that fast.
Well,
And
how about you just get over
my
there?
biggest thing too is
She can get in now if
the
she
phone.
wants.
Come on, get off the phones already. And I laugh so hard. Jeffy, I bet your car has Bluetooth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, most
There you
everybody's
go.
car has Bluetooth. Why
Once
are
in,
these
she can come in.
people driving around with Bluetooth in their
By
car?
George.
They can hook it to their car, talk through their car, instead of holding their phone in their hand up to their mouth.
It's not the
What's
same.
wrong
It's
with
not
you?
the same, Marvin. It's just not the same.
I know. And I called last week. I was laughing so hard. KJP, I told my wife, I said, she finally listened to me. And she says, what? And I says, KJP. She referred to that country north of us the same way as I do.
Canadian, yeah.
Yeah.
Canadian.
You got to follow my life. You got to follow this.
All right.
So we're
All right, I'll
American.
follow.
We are American, right? We live in America.
Red, white, blue, baby.
My wife used to be a German. She lived in she's from Germany. Now she's an American citizen. We live in America. So if that's Canada, why don't we call them Canadians?
I don't know the answer to that. Now, your wife is a legal citizen now. Did she come across the border, or did she come through Ellis Island,
we
or
got
what?
married. We got married in 1987, and
I love that an Eastern Bloc mail order blind. You're the man. You're the man.
she had to be legal before we could even get on the plane. And
Of
last
course.
year, July 30th, she became an American citizen.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm sure she's really happy about wanting to have all the illegal aliens that are in the country now just automatically become citizens. She probably loves that.
That is our biggest. That's our
know.
biggest. Yeah, we just flat out love it. I mean, open the borders. Why not? Let them all. No.
I know. So, what do you haul, Marvin? What are you hauling?
I am a protein hauler, so you would know of us as the chicken trucks.
Gotcha.
Nice.
I haven't looked at the
Nice.
cameras, so.
Yeah. So we have an awful lot more than just chicken. We have everything to deal with protein.
So do you truck like after they've been their heads chopped off and they're going to the market, or are you taking the chickens out there to the Tyson ranches in Arkansas? Because I've been by those, and those are, man, you talk about air smelling good. Now you're talking the Tyson chicken farms.
The John Tyson said at one time when in Springdale, they said that smells terrible, and he just went.
Yeah,
like money.
You ain't lying, it does.
That's what they say in Nebraska around feedlots.
Yeah.
So I usually haul the finished product.
Okay. All right. And so you just
frozen or fresh.
All right. So and you travel? Do you stay in or head out of Arkansas? You around the country?
I'm an over the road driver, so yeah, I go pretty much everywhere. I try to stay out of the Northeast. I don't like it.
Amen.
So.
Do you how's do you work just for a single company, or are you your own entity?
Well, we are a private fleet. Now we have companies that haul our trailers, but no, I'm an actual Tyson employee.
So okay, all right. So Tyson foots the bill for your gas and all your maintenance on the truck and everything. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I had that part of my brain removed a long time ago.
Yeah.
I was thinking about buying a truck in 2000, and then everything happened in 2001. And, luckily, that part of my brain was removed to think it would be a good idea to buy a truck.
All right. Well, so you're still, your answer to Keith's question about the one thing you would tell drivers is to get off your phone.
Get off the phone.
Yeah.
Pay attention to what you're doing.
Yeah. All right, so
the iPhone, cell phone, the worst invention, the greatest invention with the worst consequences.
Right.
Your volume's on. You're not muted.
And maybe as a trucker, you see somebody on the phone, maybe you slow down, let them pass you. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Speaking for you, I think.
And there is, and for everybody that says there's a trucker shortage, all I have to say is the next time you think that there's a trucker shortage, do me a favor, go try to find a parking spot in a truck stop after about 4 or 5 o'clock.
I got to tell you, and I've seen as of late, which made me really want to do Trucker Tuesday. This last week, I have seen more trucks on the road than I've seen in a long freaking time. It's pretty
Everything's starting to
incredible.
open up again.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I mean, I was very happy to see that. All right, Marvin, I appreciate you calling. Let's have it, man.
And I'll
Let's
try to
have
do it right for you. I got to put you on speaker so you
Man, you need to talk to Tyson
you
about
get it?
getting. Yes, but you need to talk to Tyson about getting a new horn, man.
I
That thing
know,
is a
it's,
little sad.
Yeah, it's,
I know.
That's kind of embarrassing.
Love
That's
you,
kind of
Marvin.
embarrassing,
speaker,
man.
so it might be better because I got a noise canceling headset.
Yeah. Whatever. Sure. Everybody's got an excuse. Thanks, Marvin. I appreciate it, man.
Thank
Be
you,
safe
brother.
out
Have
there.
a great day.
Be
See
safe
you.
out there. All right, 888-900-3393 is the phone number. Trucker Tuesday here on Pat Unleashed. Daniel in California, welcome to the broadcast. How in the world are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Oh, it gets better every day, man. Happy to be here. So you're out on the West Coast. Do you have to
Not
deal with
there.
reports at all?
No. I live in the Central Valley, so I haul gasoline to gas stations.
Oh, there
Well,
you
there you
go.
are.
So do you work specifically for, Shell or
I gotta pay
Racetrack or
IKEA so
whatever?
they don't wake me up at fucking
We
6:30 in
haul
the morning
Shell
again.
gasoline, but no, it's our own little company. We got about 7 trucks.
Okay, so you deliver to the independents and stuff too, then.
Yes. Yep.
Awesome.
We go to the refineries. We fill up our tanks, about 8,000 gallons, and we take it to the gas stations and deliver it to the gas station.
So how safe do you feel delivering gas at Bill's gas station at 3 a.m.? Are you heavily armed?
No, I'm not. And sometimes I wish I was. I mean, I got guys coming up to me when I'm dropping fuel.
Yeah.
And say, man, I'm surprised you guys don't have
Hey.
security with you.
Hon,
Yeah.
do me a favor. Send me the
But
card
you're
number off of the
not armed
IKEA card.
when you're working.
No.
Wow.
What are you doing?
I'm just wondering.
I'm not sure, but I don't think you can carry a firearm while you're hauling hazardous materials. I'm not sure. I am going to look into it, though, because I go to some gas stations that are,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, can you just take a picture of it and send it to me on Messenger?
For
the
sure.
IKEA card.
get kind of scared. Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm not casing you, but I was saying that
It
if
should
I
be in
were
my-
to
the-
want
my-
to get
the-
something that would be
no.
worth some cash, I'm sure a tank
Halo,
of
that's just a
gasoline
light.
would be one thing I would get.
Yeah. Yep. I had one guy come up to me and straight ask me, what would happen if you mysteriously
Credit card account
lost
number,
your
apparently.
truck? Like,
Yeah.
He wanted to try to take my truck, and then I was like,
Should have
wow.
just paid the guy when I was on the phone today.
So you let him have it, and you walk back to the
No,
plant. Oh, okay.
No.
All right. So if
It's crazy. It's crazy to see how the fuel fluctuates, you know, because we have to write out invoices and stuff,
right.
and sometimes,
One of the shepherds there,
maybe 2
Carmier.
months ago, I was writing invoices for like maybe 25 grand, and now they're almost 40 grand an invoice. So I mean,
Wow.
it's crazy.
That out in California, because you deliver specifically on the West Coast there in California,
Yep.
in the Valley. Yeah, holy cow. So, so your company covers your gas and the maintenance on your.
Or do you
truck,
have it?
and you
Maybe
just
you have it
fill
because
up
we
and
didn't we
deliver
take it with us and we had to have that printout thing done.
I'm not. I work for the company. It's those their truck. We got.
Right.
So I love my job. So
The one thing that from Keith Malinak, what would you tell the drivers on the road if you were, tell them now?
it's basically what everybody else is saying. Get off your phones. Pay attention. You know, we do our best. You know, especially when you're on the freeway and you got like an on ramp or something. You know, we're not obligated to move over, but if we can, we will. You know, so learn how to drive. Learn how to get on a freeway. You know, and then you try to get over, and they get in front of you, and you know they're driving by you with a bird. I already have my bird out because I already know they're gonna put me off. So, hey, dude, it ain't me, it's you.
Right.
Get on a freeway.
Plus, a tanker truck full of gasoline is probably not the wisest truck to cut off.
Right. Yep.
I mean, my grandfather used to deliver gas for Standard Oil, but he never drove the big tank. He drove the big tankers, but I never got to ride with him on the big tankers. It was the small natural gas delivery truck. I used to go with them all the time. Anyway, I understand.
Why wouldn't they let you in? Is there like a
Just what?
limit or something? Like some sort of liability?
I
issue?
don't know. My grandpa didn't say that.
Okay.
He just said, "No, you can't come with me today." So maybe there was. You can't let the fat kid up there.
It's really
No,
like everyone else
that's
says
not
on
it.
the phone. We say higher
Was
than
it? We
everybody
took
else.
it with us when we went
I'm
there. I don't
watching
know what
everybody
happened
that
to it
drives
though.
by me, and probably
It's not in there. It's
85% of the people just staring at their phones.
Right.
I don't know where it's at.
On their
Right. Really, really unsafe.
And then I see them like
Figure
5
it
miles
out.
ahead of in a wreck. You know, oh, I wonder how that happened.
No kidding. All right, Daniel, I appreciate you calling. Be safe out there. Let me have it. Let me hear it. What do they provide for you?
All right, thanks, guys.
I need to hear that horn. What are you doing? Is he gone? Okay. No, that can't happen. That's not right. You can call. Get him back on the phone. That can't happen. That's against Trucker Tuesday law. What is happening?
Unleashed.
Welcome to Pat Gray Unleashed. Jeff Fisher here, filling in for
you
Pat
doing?
Gray on Trucker Tuesday. 888-900-3393 is the phone number. Welcome along for the ride.
All right, no big deal. It's
I'm
not in
interested
there.
to hear what's going on out there on the roads, on the lifeblood, the arteries of America with the truckers. You can tweet the show also at Pat Unleashed. This tweet from DMXDM. I'm with Al. I hate cell phones. When I'm eating a pizza and watching a movie while driving down the interstate and my phone rings, it's such a pain to answer the thing. I know.
Amen.
That's what I was trying to say. From Fury and Energy. I'm not sure how our labor statistics are what they are. We supposedly have too few jobs for too many workers, yet I don't remember the last establishment I walked into that didn't have a "we're hiring" sign. And you can pretty much demand what pay you want. Now, obviously, you're not gonna get it, everything that you demand, but you can walk in and say, I need $20 an hour, and most of the places will say, okay. My youngest son said, I gotta make $15 an hour. Okay, you're in. It was not difficult at all. They're
D News.
workers.
Now's the time to ask.
Pretty incredible.
He's actually getting ready to cut off. I forgot
what
it's
happened to all the workers
John's
during the
birthday today,
pandemic?
so we're gonna stop
Maybe the
at
alien
Dog
scooped them
Bakery
up.
before
That's
I
a good question.
It sure is.
That's a question
Get
I've
something
thought
to
asked
eat.
before. What happened to the people?
A lot of
I took my second doses of the
and the federal
Dayquil, so
government, to an
hopefully
extent,
it drives me
was
back
giving
up
out
again.
money.
I'm
And a lot of
running
states were
like
giving it
crazy
out
again.
a lot longer than others. But I think
That was
well
the
is,
argument.
I think that well is run dry in every state now. If I'm not
Correct.
mistaken.
No, that's pretty wicked.
I know that was the argument, that everybody's getting government money and to not work, right? But my gosh, even with that, it was still an unbelievable shortage of human beings at places of business.
Yep.
There's businesses still closing down at different times of the day, different days of the week, because they don't have employees to fill the positions. It's incredible. There's the Walmart, Murphy's little gas station by my house, in the neighborhood place. That place, sometimes there's nobody to run it, so they close it. You can still get gas, but you can't get anything else, and it's just closed. We're supposed to just close. Oh, nobody's here today. Oh, okay. I guess I won't get my slushie and my lottery ticket. Oh, okay. I guess I won't get my pack of smokes. Okay. Oh, the chewers, man. When I'm getting my gas, the guys that go in and get their blocks of three bowls of chew, they are so pissed. They pull in with their truck and they fill up the gas.
This is not due till 3/21. I don't know why the fuck.
Closed. Oh man, what the?
Is this last one due 2/21?
Amazing. But I'm just saying that. What happened to all the people?
Yep.
What
I
happened
know I hate this.
to all the people?
And that will
Are
help
they just missing?
the rise of the robots as well, right?
Which I'm not really opposed to.
Right. I'm just saying that is another way to make that argument. Do you want to see the robot of the future that can clean your home? Come in within 10
That's
years.
what I was just saying the other day.
So this story or this video came with the thing that said by 2033, 39% of household chores will be done by robots.
Okay, by 2033,
so
39%.
Yeah.
Okay.
And play this, please, Kayla. This is the robot here that can. Now, I don't want a robot in my home. I don't want it spying on me.
I do.
Amazon's got that little gizmo guy that rolls around. However,
look at that.
This is very compelling that this guy can do dishes
and clean up your kitchen.
Darn right it is, man.
Because look at that. Oh, he's pouring wine.
That's
putting
right.
A flower there. Oh, he's so happy.
What would you have me do today, Jeff? I need the bathrooms cleaned. I need the kitchen floor cleaned.
I mean, that's tempting.
It was due to feces thrown all over the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and it stunk so bad.
You need to get to that.
Yeah,
you need to get to that today because I don't want to walk back in this house and have that done. Okay, I want that taken care of. That is awesome.
Yeah, you like that?
So 20.
I got it. We found the fart effect.
The robot's not doing that.
Yeah,
I just want you to know. If the robot's doing that, it's
that's
not a
Rosie,
robot.
the robot from the Jetsons.
Yeah.
Right there.
I am all for that. 100%. As soon as that can happen, bring it on.
Mm-hmm.
If it 39% by 2033 in the next 10 years. Okay. So I can.
Right. Like ESP.
Man, if you need somebody to test those bad boys, I'm in.
I mean, can you imagine like living at home alone, you're elderly? I mean, that thing right there is not only a helper, but a companion. I mean, this is going to happen.
Yeah.
Y'all.
Absolutely.
This is well on its way. You brought in a video, speaking of advancing technologies. What was this Motorola phone? Do you play that for us?
Well, go ahead. You can play the Motorola video.
It was Motorola rollable phone
I have
concept
not
was
seen
just
this.
revealed at this year's Mobile World Conference and has a display
Look at
that
that.
wraps around the bottom of the
I
phone.
want one bad.
Double press a button on the side and the phone unrolls with a display extending beyond the top edge to create a larger 16 by 9 display. Double press again and it gently rolls back in. If you're watching a YouTube video and turn the phone horizontally, the display will also extend outward to create an immersive experience. When it's in its small mode, the screen wraps around the back of the phone and can function as a second display. Fire up the camera and that rare display becomes a viewfinder for taking selfies. But alas, Motorola isn't saying whether this phone will ever go on sale or how much we could expect to pay.
I love Motorola products. Yeah, it's just a.
I thought when you told me about it before the show, I thought it was gonna like roll like a piece of paper, like roll up.
Sorry about it. It only rolls halfway. Sorry, we're not there yet.
I'm just saying that rolls, like rolls up.
Did you want it to have to be the little? Did you want it to be the pen in your pocket?
Yeah.
Actually,
That's what I thought it did. That's not.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Nah, it's not.
We're not there yet. Although I like that, and I like Motorola products. So I mean, it'd be kind of cool to have. I've missed. They've really been hurting. They need to put this in development since the BlackBerry got the axe. Nobody likes the BlackBerry.
I
and
went
they
from
lost their
Samsung to Motorola, and it was the worst cell phone mistake I've made in my life.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily take your advice.
I went back to
cell
Samsung.
phones. I know you have a lot of issues that are issues that many people don't have.
Oh, I know.
With their cell phones.
That's
and
true.
I feel like that's because it's you. That's my.
I'm very happy with my current Samsung Ultra. What is it?
Which one do you have?
S22.
Yeah,
Ultra.
I still
whatever.
have the 9 Plus, which it's like I love this phone so much, but the crystal is all cracked and broken because I had the cover on it, on the crystals. I mean, you have to buy the protection, but the protection cracked and I took it off, but I never replaced it,
bro.
And I thought I did. So the next time it cracked, I take it in and I go, hey, I need a new cover. And the girl looks at it and she goes, well, you don't have a cover on it now, idiot. So,
Oh, bro.
so now I've been just living in cracks getting bigger and longer and wider. Still works great though. So until that one crack gets so big that it's not working properly, keeping the old 9 Plus.
Hey, you were talking about something that our friend Pat Gray might.
Oh
get a
yeah,
benefit
Apple.
From with the thing.
Apple's got a new thing with their Apple Watch that works with lasers for the diabetics.
So no more blood pricking on your finger.
Correct.
Oh, life-changing.
Absolutely
That is
life-changing.
unreal.
No prick blood glucose monitoring with the Apple Watch. And so, I mean, that is really cool. That's life-changing, right? But I will say this, that I'm guessing, this is just a thought, I don't know this, Apple hasn't contacted me, that you need to upgrade your phone with the watch so that you're able to get the information. Now, he just had to upgrade. He talked about having to upgrade his phone to the next one, which was, I don't know, the prehistoric Apple. that he had to get rid of the prehistoric Apple on his arm, so that he could use that process. What's it called again? The
Libre or something.
Libre.
Nacho Libre device on his arm.
It's nachos. Yes, he has nachos taped to his skin.
Oh,
yeah, that's what
I'm
it is.
in.
Yeah, I know.
But not all of Apple's technology is a positive, I guess.
Why would you say Apple iPhone users were upset because they introduced clean energy charging?
This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
The company claims that when the mode is enabled and the phone is connected to a charger, the iPhone gets a report of carbon emissions generated by the local energy grid and uses that information to determine when to charge the phone. I mean, so it's giving you the best time to charge your phone, hopefully at a cheaper rate than what you're paying.
I don't know that is necessarily doing that for your benefit, more of the environment and the electric company's benefit, right?
Well, I mean, they are saying, I mean, this is a feature that you're able to turn on and off yourself now, right?
Yeah, there is a way to turn it off, and it's in the story. But I don't know, did it automatically, like on the last update or something, did it just automatically start doing that?
Well,
in other words, when you plug your phone in, you have an expectation that it's going to be charging at the fastest rate possible.
Correct, and if you have this turned on, enabled, which I'm sure many people have it enabled automatically and not know it. Yeah, so that you plug it in and it's not the best time during green energy.
Stop.
That it's charging slower.
I'm not
right?
going to charge my phone based on what kind of mood Gaia is in. This is stupid.
But you will. But you will.
No.
Because that'll be the best time.
No.
That'll be the best time to charge your phone. Because they won't allow it. But right now, it's your choice. It's your choice.
Mm-hmm.
Soon, it'll be not going to be your choice.
You're absolutely correct.
We're going to tell you, boop. Now, we'll go ahead and charge it. Slow. All right. But if you want it to fast charge, if you want to put it on,
all right.
Use the airplane mode.
Sorry, guys.
Secret.
Getting caught up on some things, making sure I have enough.
I mean, everyone knows
for these cookies and some leech
tonight.
tonight.
The phone in airplane mode and then charger, and it charges faster. So you do that. I wonder if you do that if you have that enabled, that it still says no, wrong time. No, wrong time. Sorry. Oh, do you get a little beep on your watch? Wrong time.
Some tacos and Moe's.
Save the environment while I'm asleep at night. That's
not
fine.
happy
Don't
with
do it,
the other place.
2 in the afternoon when I need a fast charge.
Tried.
Let's go.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen.
And of course, all the viewers shoot up right before I get ready to go off.
That's nice of them.
It's because this beautiful lady's on with me.
It's Trucker Tuesday.
Let's see if we can make that happen earlier tomorrow or something.
We're coming up on.
Say goodbye.
This is still the first hour of this broadcast. That's how this show has gone so fast. It's almost over.
All right. Play a little song on the way out. A little My Way.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me. I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up,